The proposed tax reforms bills today passed second reading on the floor of the Nigerian Senate amidst controversial and heated debate. President Bola Tinubu is in France, where he has been seeking interest of foreign investors in the Nigerian economy. A warm welcome to you wherever you may be watching tonight. This is Politics Today, live on Channels Television. It's 7 p.m. right here in the city of Abuja. I'm Sean Wakimale. Welcome to the program. Let's begin by letting you know that President Bola Tinubu is being in France, and his major agenda, as the president has been telling us, is to woo foreign investors into the country. The president told French investors that the country is open for business, saying that his government is creating an enabling environment for them to thrive. He was speaking at a joint press briefing with the French President Emmanuel Macron.
Very happy that today is taking place. Yes, like I said earlier on, sunshine in Paris, beautiful city. I express my gratitude to warm reception and hospitality that in one another's economy. As Nigerian financial sector is evolving in the France environment. Thank you for creating the conducive environment for them to flourish. And we are creating the same grand youth population that is well educated and ready to be trained, skilled, and development of our economy. This, we emphasize that we need the French expert and investment to do more in this area to help develop our youth population. As the agriculture sector is a very potential, a good example. If you risk and promote investment in dairy, if an African child is given a pint of milk in a class 100, there will be no problem going to the classroom. If an African child is assured of a good sandwich in a classroom or one egg a day, there will be no fear of learning.
That's part of what President Bola Tinubu was telling French investors as he held a joint briefing with President Macron of France. So much to talk about on the controversial tax reforms bill. The president insists that he will not withdraw it. Now it's past a second reading on the floor. The man who stood vehemently yesterday on the floor of the Senate and wondered, he said on the floor yesterday that, Deputy Senate President, you might have your way, but I will have my say, to find out all of what his thinking is about the bill tonight on the program. But let's first check some of your political write-up stories.
Vice President Kashim Shettima has returned to Nigeria from Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, where he attended the inaugural international exhibition of extractive and energy resources. Although no official statement was issued after his return, Channels Television gathered that Senator Shettima arrived in Nigeria last night. While in Côte d'Ivoire, the vice president had called for strengthened governance, enhanced transparency, and collaboration. The House of Representatives will hold a special session on the tax reform bills next week, Tuesday. This was revealed by the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Benjamin Kalu, who presided over plenary. He made the disclosure after a closed-door session, which he says was the commencement of consultations among members According to him, resource persons would be available by Tuesday to expand on the bills. The former national chairman of APCA, who was removed by the Supreme Court on Wednesday, Chief Edozie Njoku, says he abides by the decision of the Apex Court and urged all his supporters to take the judgment in good faith, stressing the need for politicians to follow the rule of law. Mr. Njoku, who spoke at a conference in Abuja, also urged beneficiaries of the Supreme Court judgment not to celebrate, as the decision of the Apex Court only opens a new vista for a continued demand for the rule of law. Governor Amadu Fintiri of Adamawa State has commissioned the remodeled Taraba State House of Assembly complex. According to the governor, for democracy to thrive, power must not only be separated, but each arm must respect the sanctity of the other to entrench development. Mr. Austin Agada of the APC has today been restored as the chairman of the party in the state. Mr. Agada regains control of the party after today's judgment by Justice Tese Kume of the Benue State High Court, nullifying Benue State's APC caretaker committee in place by the Abdullahi Ganduje-led National Working Committee. Justice Kume, in his judgment, declared the action of the National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress, APC, a nullity, and every other act carried out by the Caretaker Committee. But the chairman of the APC Caretaker Committee, Benjamin Omale, says he will appeal this judgment. River State Governor Sinalai Fubar says his administration has begun the payment of a 5,000 minimum wage for state workers, despite attempts by those he described as enemies of the state to deprive his administration of funds. Speaking during the launch
of the police and imbibe some commitment of men and officers of the force to rule of law. In this line, and to further its plans, the IG says it is established specialized investigative units within the Nigerian police force. The IGP has ordered the immediate sanitization and restructuring, first and foremost, begin with the Kebbi State Command Criminal Investigation Department in a strategic move aimed at enhancing the effectiveness and professionalism of police officers attached to the section in the state, about investigation as part of prosecution in Nigeria, where the IGP has also expounded on the need to carry out consistent training of officers involved in investigations as a follow-up to the workshop held with heads of all police investigative units in Abuja on the 11th of November 2024. And today, part of our conversation on the program is what has happened today in the Senate, where the Senate has passed the tax reforms bills through second reading. The Senate passed the 4 tax bills for the second phase of legislative procedures through voice votes. The bill titled for an act to establish the Joint Revenue Board, the Tax Appeal Tribunal, and the Office of the Tax Ombudsman as part of Tinubu's comprehensive tax reform package. The proposed legislation seeks to harmonize, coordinate, and resolve disputes arising from revenue administration in Nigeria. The session saw lawmakers deliberating on the general principles of the tax reform bills. Earlier, the Senate had gone into a closed-door session to discuss the 4 bills transmitted by the President Bola Tinubu on September the 3rd, 2024, following the recommendations of the Tawoyedele-led Tax Reforms Committee. Let me allow you to listen to some of the debate on the floor today.
You just come and tell us, after we are doing this,
those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Bills are now referred to the Committee on Finance to revert to the Senate in 6 weeks. The Chairman Finance, the bills will go now into second reading. Before the clerk does so, I want you to note what your colleagues have said, that all the concerned groups in the country must be invited to the public hearing. The Governors Forum, the traditional institution, the CSOs, the NGOs, and all concerned Nigerians.
All right, that's the position of the Senate after the gavel came down, where President Tinubu has transmitted the 4 tax reform bills to the National Assembly for consideration on the 3rd of October. The move generated controversies within the northern governors and other stakeholders kicking against the tax reforms, worried about the situation, the presidency explained that the bills were not targeted at any particular region, but to develop the country. But let me give you just an insight of what this bill is all about, just a breakdown for everyone, an overview. The bill has been titled an act to repeal certain acts on taxation and consolidate the legal frameworks relating to taxation and enact the Nigeria Tax Act to provide for taxation of income, transactions, and instruments, and for related matters. That is what the bill, the proposition is generally titled. Now, there are aspects, 4 of them, to the bill. 1, the Nigeria Tax Bill, which is meant to eliminate multiple taxation. The second is the Nigeria Tax Administration Bill to harmonize tax processes across all levels of government. The third one is the Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Bill, seeks to rename the Federal Inland Revenue Service to the Nigerian Revenue Service. And the fourth one, which is the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill, it is for the creation of a Joint Revenue Board to streamline tax administration. Well, there's one objective, a major one, that this bill seeks to serve. It's said to transform the nation's tax sector, making it more efficient and aligned with global best practices. Well, a few of the highlights that you need to know, especially those who are unable to look through the voluminous pages of this proposition. 1 is the fact that it hopes to increase in VAT exclusion, 27.5% company income tax, 4% development levy on companies, 5% excise tax on lottery and gaming income, and 5% telecom tax. The proposer, according to those who are promoting the bills, are saying that these will help the average and the poorest of the poor to gain an advantage over those in the middle and the top class of the society. And it will also help that it creates an even and fair distribution of this collection across the states of the Federation. Yesterday it was heated, and one man was very aggrieved about the manner in which his colleagues have gone about the proceedings. And he's the senator from Borno State, Senator Ali Ndume. Let me remind you of what happened yesterday with Senator Ndume saying, look, you may have your way, but I will have my say. This is what went down yesterday.
The order of the business says, number 10, that our business for the day will be based on the order paper. The order paper does not contain this. And for God's sake, this is a very, very, very important matter. We should not in any way try to use the position of the Senate, because the order paper is clear and we have been doing this. I have no problem having them to come here and explain whatever. We have been doing that, but we follow known procedures. And that is, if today this thing has to be taken, you now quickly ask for supplementary order paper that will reflect this. And as you said, this is a very, very important matter. It is not a matter that you just come and tell us after we are doing business of the day. Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. National Economic Council, and that you have made your point. Can I respond to you? You can rule me out of. Let me respond. Let me respond to you. Now, please, we are not here for rhetoric. We are acting on fact. Excuse me. Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. Order. You, because you are sitting there saying saying it's written. Allow me. I know. Are you saying, Mr. President, that a Senate? No, leave me. Allow me. Wait a minute. Is that fair to yourself? Now rule me out of order.
That was what went down. Tonight, we are being joined by the man who's spoken loudly and unequivocally about the bill, Senator Ali Ndume, the federal lawmaker from Borno State. He joined me live here in our Abuja studio. It's a pleasure having you join us tonight on the program, Senator.
Thank you, Steve.
What happened to you? You seem to be very activated there. It does. I mean, is it a personal issue? The DSP seems to have said something that triggered you.
No, it's not. It's not supposed to be personal. But he's sitting down there. He was sitting there like a judge. Senate President is the Senate presiding officer. We select one or choose or elect one of us, and the Constitution was crafted in such a manner that we are 109, including the FCT, so that he will be the man that we entrust him with the gavel to take a decision, not to abuse the gavel. And in Western, just as it's a court sitting, that is how it's supposed to be. In those days, the Senate President even wears this...
the ceremonial...
Yeah. It is because of our weather or because of what we change it, you know. It's not supposed to be personal, but I still say it until I feel offended by what Jibrin did. But for speaking the truth, I've had worse than that incidents. And you know what I do, Sheung? I leave them with God. God takes care of them. This is not exception, but it's personal. How can he, for example, say that we are not here for rhetorics? It's not fair.
And you take an exception to that particular word.
Won't you take an exception to that? You have just watched it now. Won't you take an exception? Let me ask you that question.
And it depends on how it sits with you.
No. It doesn't sit well with me, and it doesn't sit well with anybody, and it doesn't sit well with the Senate. This is our Senate. If it is supposed to be a true Senate, no senator will stand up and the presiding officer will ask him to round up or sit down. No. Until he yields the floor, go and check. You have been in US. You have been in US, and I'm sure you know how to follow. You don't ask senator, your colleague, and I'm senior than him, older than him, to treat me the way he treated me yesterday. And in fact, it's not me, it's the Senate. Because if he's sitting there today, tomorrow, it might not be him. And God will judge him based on what he does. And God, fortunately, does not allow this kind of a thing to be done when, in the day after. In this world, those people that does that kind of a thing will get it from Almighty.
It seems that beyond the personal...
it's not personal.
No. You said because of the words he used against you, you took an exception to it, which seems to be an emotional, personal issue.
No. It's not.
Because you know what? Feel that he insulted you in some way.
No. You know what? I told him, I raised another point of order, telling him that he should apologize. He said he will not. But he did apologize to me thereafter.
After the session?
Yes. After
he came to you personally?
No, I went to him. Because I don't live this kind of a thing. And I told him, you said I'm speaking rhetorics, and I called him with his name. He said, if you're offended, I'm sorry. I say, okay. Because you know what? Even everybody, we as human beings, in my religion, says if somebody says sorry, forgive him. Leave him with God.
So you are forgiving him?
No, I don't think so.
You've not?
No, I still leave him in the hands of God. Let him seek forgiveness from God. Otherwise, God will do something.
Well, if you look at it, beyond what the exception you took to the language, you also seem to be offended by the manner in which the proceeding went. You thought that there was a breach of the Senate proceeding yesterday.
Yeah, that is true. The problem now is not about these reforms or the way, but I'm concerned. That institution is supposed to be protected. This is the 10th Senate. You know what? It means that 10 set of people have been in that place. Unfortunately, even this time around, out of 109 of us, only 25 of us made it back to the Senate. You know why? Because it means we have lost the confidence of the people. And out of that they didn't come back, almost all wanted to come back, except for few that wanted to be governors. And it has been the same thing. It has been the same thing. Instead of sticking to what is true and what is right, if you deviate for whatever reason, that will be tantamount to betrayal of the confidence a mandate that was given to you by the people.
You appear to have inferred that admittance of the FRS chairman and Mr. Atawu and some of those who came to make a presentation looked like they sneaked that proceeding into the day's agenda. Yes. That was what you inferred.
Not sneaking, I don't want ambush.
Gabapentin is bringing you closer to amputation. These are 3 symptoms that are signaling that you could be.
It's wrong to ambush anything.
So it wasn't listed on the day's proceedings.
That is why I raised the matter. If not, why not? And you know what? Before we even entered there, Zax and that Taiwo, brilliant guys. I respect them for their
intellect.
Yes, intellect. But not the way they are doing this thing. My quarrel with the reform. I want us to go into the reform matter so that
absolutely. We have a breakdown of it. And perhaps for those who may not understand, and the last time that we had a conversation, you and I, when you said on the program that it was going to be shut down, and you gave your position about what you think is ongoing, and those who believe that maybe some of you had not at the time fully comprehended what the bills were saying. But in the end, it passed second reading today. First and foremost, you and your colleagues went into a closed door session.
Yes.
What prompted that closed door session?
No, you see, it's wrong for me to tell you what transpired.
It was a privileged session.
Yeah, wrong.
No, I'm saying what prompted it.
Okay, of course, it's
something must have triggered.
Yesterday the incident happened. Okay, and we agreed that we'll adjourn today and then have another session to ask questions. And these are some of the things that I quarrel with. But I cannot come here and say why the senators were wrong, because decision has been taken. Fortunately, I've had my say. And this is also what I'm going to do here, try to do here, is to have my say. In the Senate, the bill has passed through second reading. I was against it. It's on record. And I said there during the session, I think it was open, that it should be noted that it's not that I'm totally saying that we should throw away the baby with the bathwater. But since the governors, who are our leaders, the National Economic Council, and many individuals have said that it is not that we should throw away the bill. No. We draw the bill, do more consultations, and then bring the bill again. Allow me to talk. Why are they in a hurry? The governors must have looked at the bill, even if they didn't. The National Executive Council made up of 36 governors, and the traditional rulers. Please pay attention to this.
Listen to you.
If they say this thing is not good, even by our culture, even if this thing is good, when your father or your Oba or your leader have taken a decision, just because you are a senator or member of House of Rep, remember that each state has 3 senators, but they have only 1 governor. These governors sat down collectively, and then some of these young people will come to tell us, like yesterday, they were using a language which I did not take lightly too. See, I'm 65 years old. I schooled in Nigeria. I schooled in America. And if you know, I am a Pi Kappa Pi of my university, University of Toledo, Ohio in 1990. That is a big privilege. Go and check all these people that are saying they are in America, they are from Harvard. What does it take to be admitted into Pi Kappa Pi? Yet, because I'm wearing abada, because I'm from Borno State, some people will call me arrogant. Ignorant. If it is even arrogant, I'll take it. One of the aides called me ignorant. But I didn't respond to it because During his first statement, he also said controversial and brilliant. So how can you be brilliant and be ignorant? The other one said that I'm lazy. We went to the same school. He knows his performance, he knows mine. I taught in the Polytechnic for 20 years before I joined politics. I married two of my daughters to Yoruba, one from Lagos and one from State, Kwara. Yet, I'm called Hausa man. Because of what? Naivety of some people. Here we are with too many political undertakers, and they are doing damage to Mr. President. The president is trying, and he's performing. Within 2 years, he has some things that he did, which is commendable, but it's being beclouded by some of these policies. The PIB bill is one of the most important bills passed in this our democracy. It was not passed in 1 week. It was not passed in one session. It was not passed in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. I remember the PIB bill was introduced when I was in the House of Rep. It did not pass until we were in the Senate. And it's more important than the tax reforms. Yes, reforms. But even reforms, you have to prioritize it. You have to time it. You have to get the buy-in of Nigerians. Because this is democracy. It's government of the people, for the people, and by the people.
Let's break it down, Senator. For the fact that institutions and some eminent people in the society are up against a particular change doesn't mean that that change is wrong. There might be a perception problem, but let's break it down. First and foremost, Senator, what is your grouse with the bill? You have a general summary of your grouse with the bill.
Yes, 2 of them or 3. One, which is very important, is the timing. Okay. I disagree with the timing.
You don't think it's the right time to present?
Yeah, because Nigerians are struggling to survive. And whether you like it or not, because most of these people think that I don't know anything. So this time around, my discussion will be on a local basis. You know, supposing I didn't go to school. These reforms that you're talking about, Nigeria has some issues. Let's say like it's sick. And the president is the doctor. You go to the doctor, or you choose your doctor, and you tell him that, look, I'm suffering from malaria, stomach pain, and most of it is hunger. So, and I'm hungry, very, very hungry. So is it right for him just to say, okay, give him anesthesia, let's operate on him? He will die. Or if he doesn't have enough blood in his body, and you are saying that he should donate some blood, that is like tax. Tax is like, okay, look at you, you can, okay, I was here with you. I said, look, this problem with taxation is like, okay, they are going to take away. But if you allow me, feed me well, and that is Nigeria, and I'm okay, there will be too much blood in my body that I need to go and donate some even. So you don't even have to ask me. Our forefathers were paying taxes. In the north, we pay taxes. So it's not like we are being running away from taxes. We pay taxes. Nigerians, every responsible tax will want to pay tax, but the timing is wrong. That is number one.
Okay.
Number two,
so just before you move forward, the timing, when do you think would have been right to present this bill?
When there is no hunger, when people are living, not surviving. Look at what is happening in America. Before they swear in Donald Trump. Didn't you hear him? I sent you that he said he's going to cut taxes because of inflation. Are we not having inflation? Inflation is going up. We're supposed to cut taxes. Ghana here, that are neighbors, they are cutting taxes. They reduced their VAT from 17% to 3%. Go and check it. They have abolished airline ticket VAT. They have abolished, tax on imported spare parts. They have abolished several taxes in Ghana here.
I imagine that the proposition.
So they are moving. Wait now.
Yeah.
You should move from tax reform to first in Nigeria. What we need to do is to reform the government. You know, part of it. Go and check Our personnel and overhead expenditure for this 2024 is about 50 to 60% of the budget itself. We are here in November. 20% of the budget has not been implemented. But if you check the recurrent expenditure, it has been exhausted. So that means over 15 to 20 trillion is going into personnel, debt service, recurrent expenditure. Go and check. This is not.
But Senator,
we should reform the government. Number one, reform not only executive, reform the government holistically. Then number two,
including your Senate.
Yes, my salary.
Maybe reduce the Senate, to the National Assembly to one unicameral. Is that how to go?
That is okay with me if it will reduce costs and it will make a difference. The only problem with that kind of government is that you have a one-way role, Like now, the advantage of bicameral legislature is that we have passed this to second reading.
Yeah.
If the House of Rep doesn't pass it, it's as good as nothing.
Find the lowest priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com. Get a quote in 30 seconds. Find top carriers like Anthem, Kaiser, Blue Shield, and more. Lowest prices, simple process.
So the other thing, you said two things. First of all, is the timing. But I also want to
give you the second one.
Yeah,
please.
On the part that you mentioned about some of the items
Let me give you the first.
That should be exempted. Just for a moment, sir. One of the some of the items you talked about in exemption, that in the case of Ghana, but the proposition in this bill seems to exempt most of what the average and the poor will buy.
That is
food.
That is not
essentials.
true. That is not true.
That is what is in that bill.
That is what they are saying now. This is what I'm telling you. Which one will you take?
I've read the bill too.
But I'm telling you, no.
What you read?
You misinterpreted the bill.
Maybe the copy you read is different from the one I
same. Are you one of those who think that you are more knowledgeable than myself?
You finished from Ohio,
yes.
Why didn't you go to an American university?
So you see,
I finished here.
Sit down and listen. Number two, because I've been a teacher, sir.
For 20 years.
Yes.
I taught for 4 years. So we might be in the
5 times. I taught 5 times. So, but on a serious note, number one is the timing, wrong timing. Number two is the issue of derivation, which is there.
Derivation is
number three is the issue of VAT.
Okay.
And number four is the buy-in and lack of consensus and the buy-in of Nigerians. And you are just coming back to the Senate to say we should do something. No, we can't do anything. They have to go. Wait now, this is my problem with you. I will go.
Hold on now.
Listen to me now.
Because when you mentioned the issue of consensus, I thought the third reading is going to be the public.
No, that is not it. You are doing the thing, they are doing it in the reverse. I told them, they are doing it in the reverse. All this issue now wouldn't have even come up if they had started with the governors, with the traditional rulers, and then it's executive bill. Does it say it's a presidential bill or is it supposed to be presidential bill? It's supposed to be executive bill. Are we saying it's only when you say it's executive bill and you don't have the buy-in of the executive of the state? Is it complete?
So they didn't carry them along.
Yes, that is where the problem is. I don't have problem. We have been doing this thing to the extent that they call us rubber stamp. If you bring the right thing, if the president comes up with the right thing, we'll take it and pass it. If it is in the interest of Nigerians, if Nigerians are happy with it. But they are trying to do dilly-dallying with it. I'm watching, but my voice is here. I have said it. I'm a senator. I can't disown what happened this afternoon, but I had my say. When we are to pass it, I spoke, and my position is clear. And Dixon spoke, and he made his position. And then the empty Mongono from my state spoke. He trashed what I said, calling it academic exercise. So be it. But the whole world knows the position of Ndume. It's not personal. It's because I'm privileged to be a senator from the poor. Anything less to me is tantamount to betrayal. You understand? But that is not to say that you are not entitled to your own position. I just hope and pray that this position I'm taking is what my constituents, and I have been receiving calls since yesterday.
That's your constant say, because
Yes.
There are those who think that Ndume is just pushing an agenda.
Which
there
agenda?
Are those the anti-Tinubu agenda.
No. Look, I'm more Tinubu than most of them, because most of them are dependents, and I'm an ally.
But you used to be a good friend of Bola Tinubu.
Up to now.
Really?
Yeah.
But you have complained that he's not allowed.
Complaining not to have access to him is a different thing. But being a friend to me is a different thing. I'm close, not only a friend to him, but even his wife. We sat down in the Senate for 12 years. She used to cook for me every time I go to Lagos. You understand? We are very close. All this, the people that I still stand by my position, that there is no access to president. I wrote several times. They didn't allow me to see him. So the only option I have, which my religion asks, is to speak your mind, even if your voice shakes. And then, if you cannot speak, then you speak from your heart. You hate that thing also. That is what I'm doing. So I speak my mind. I wrote severally, and it doesn't get to him. I have the letters, 2 of them.
You feel betrayed?
On issue. No.
You feel betrayed?
No.
Your friendship with the president?
No. I feel happy.
You were this close, but yet so far away.
Not close, because you see...
You say you were close to him.
No.
You're a good friend.
No, wait now. Even his wife, they say, oh, security people, they change their phone number, that you can't go there. You have to call somebody. You have to call SCOP, and you have to write, and you have to do this. So me, I can't do that.
I don't want to follow the protocols.
No. It's not that I don't want to follow the protocol. I'm a senator, and I'm a friend to Tinubu.
But it looks like you are working against him.
No.
That's what your party members are saying.
Oh, they don't know Tinubu now.
That Ali Ndume is working
against my friend, let me
government.
tell you, I don't want to be sure, and I don't want to be certain, But Tinubu and Buhari are some of my mentors. I said it before. Remember, Tinubu went to the street. I'm only talking on the TV. He acted. He led demonstration, which I was part of it. Not once, twice or 3 times, I think, against some of these similar things. So, and if he didn't want me to be talking, the only thing that he sent a message to me is, look, you are sometimes overfiring. I say, okay, I'll check. You'll be surprised. Even yesterday, one of his aides told me, calm down. But I can't afford not to come to speak to you. Why wouldn't you be disappointed?
If I call,
to say my mind.
If I call you and you don't, I can tell your constituent to withdraw, to recall you. I can do that. I can get your constituent to withdraw you.
No.
And you should be afraid of that.
No, you don't.
We take a break, Senator. When we come back, Senator Ali Ndume will be talking to me more on this bill. He's also passionate about the national security of Nigeria. I will be back after this break, everyone. Join us again. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying with us. So, Senator Ali Ndume believes that the tax reforms bill proposed by the executive needs some adjustment to meet the yearnings of the average person. He's been having his say, but it doesn't look like he's had his way, because those bills have passed the second reading on the floor of the Senate. Now, Senator Ali Ndume has been speaking with us on the program tonight. Senator, if you are saying that this bill does not meet the yearnings of the average person, and let me some of the aspects of the bill which I have been able to identify, which could be interpreted as being a people-oriented bill. For example, if you are earning below or at about 800,000 naira, you pay 0%.
Yeah.
If you are earning 2.2 million and above, you pay about 15%. If you are earning about 50 million naira, you pay 25 million. Same thing with the categorization of businesses. Small businesses and medium businesses pay less, and the bigger businesses pay more. Do you don't think that structure or that arrangement is okay?
On the surface. On the surface. Unless you want us to go again into this argument of expertise and knowledge. I don't know what degree you have. I read marketing. I had diploma and HND. I went to US to do the first degree in accounting and computer science education. I did my master's also. So I have a kind of knowledge. I taught accounting, cost accounting and all that. And as I told you, I acknowledge the brilliancy and look deep down. In summary, it's like giving somebody with the right hand and taking it with the left hand. And even maybe taking more. So let me take it one after the other. But they may have different opinion. When you say anybody earning 800,000 and below does not pay tax, VAT, on what? Do you exclude him from paying VAT from the goods that you buy in the market? And then the corporate tax goes up, and now they transfer the cost or that taxes over to the consumer. So are you helping him? In fact, as of today, every consumer will tell you, or most of it is they are traders, middlemen. They will tell you that is the price of it. Like now, if the price that they buy from has gone up, like even today, the price of cement went up. And that means consumers will have to pay more. If you tax Dangote for his refined product, it means he will add that cost to the cost per liter. So if you say, okay, if you are earning 800, you will not pay tax. What of those so many people that are below that level? So that is one aspect. I have studied this thing. I have given the professionals, even the lecturers of those that are promoting it, those people that taught them. I approached some of them and they said, look, this tax reform is good to do tax reform, not this one. Sit down and do it comprehensively and break it down. Why the hurry? That's a big suspicion. Why the hurry?
You think they're in a hurry?
They're in too much hurry.
The committee has been set up for over 6 months and have been working.
But the Senate, when did the Senate pass it? When did it come up? Was it not yesterday? And we pass it today?
So from your own end, from the Senate end, you think there is a hurry in it?
No.
And it's suspicious?
No, from the government end, there is a hurry in it. I told you about the PIB bill, which is as important. It took us 10 years.
This bill has been passed to the Senate since October the 3rd.
October, you said, is just how many months? We're talking about a bill that was there in the National Assembly, not even once. They changed it. In the House of Rep, we said they should go and withdraw this thing. They withdrew it, PIB, and then they work on it. They even changed the name. And finally, we passed the document, yet it's not perfect. And it may call for amendment. Why the hurry? And as I said, why don't you prioritize the government, reform the government first? And the major problem that we have in this country is corruption. Fight corruption.
So you agree that there is a need for tax reforms?
Yes, but not now.
The legal framework that we have is very old.
Yes.
And is probably not working to the optimal. I mean, it's not optimally giving us the desired goal.
Yes.
But in what area would you like, because you are a lawmaker.
You know what?
And you perhaps...
Wait a minute. Let me give it to you, Shegun. Don't come and lecture me here. Listen to me, because Nigerians want to listen. These guys, especially the Zaks in FIRS, he's a very committed person. He should be commended for raising or maximizing the tax that he collected. And then the customs, they should also be commended for hitting $1 trillion. Is it 5 trillion or so?
The 5 trillion mark. They gave themselves a target of 5 trillion, but they surpassed it.
They surpassed it. These are the people that are supposed to be commended. Then you concentrate on blocking the loopholes, and then centralize. They say they will have 11 taxes. Yes. Why don't you harmonize those ones? Why don't you block the loopholes? Why don't you increase this one? Then gradually you come in to say, oh, let us even put this thing together in one place. You know, my fear is one of the biggest disadvantage is that they want to computerize and centralize the system, which is dangerous.
You don't want that?
Not, I don't want that.
To harmonize.
I know these things. That's why I told you I have computer application knowledge a bit. It's not the AI one.
You studied computer in 1990?
Yes, in the 80s. It was analog person.
That's obsolete. That's your knowledge.
But you know what?
Obsolete.
It has never changed the concept of KISS. You know what KISS is?
Yeah, of course I do.
What is it?
I'm not supposed to be asking questions, Senator.
It's my turn to ask you. I'm a teacher. You don't know KISS. Not the kiss you know that you kiss your girlfriend with. KISS means keep ideas simple and stupid.
Senator, the fundamentals here, Senator, is that what would you like this process to be like right now? It's past the second reading.
Gain a national consensus. Get a national consensus. You know what is unfortunate for me is that the Nigerian Senate is not like the American Senate. I wish it was so. Because I alone, and if it is in America, one senator or two can filibuster this bill. And that's it.
But that's not going to happen in Nigeria.
Because the filibustering in this thing is not in our these rules. They remove it. And you know why? That is why, because they want to re-roll, or they can re-roll people to go into something that they don't agree with. In America, up to now, if a senator stands up and is determined to filibuster a bill, that's it. Because he will stand. I know the record is a senator held them down to 24 hours discussion in 1959 on a bill. Up to now, to protect democracy, the American government or the American Congress kept filibustering because it's important to give a representative of the people chance to exhaust his position on a bill. But here you are, a senator that is junior to me, a senator that is not experienced like me, will not only, rule me out of order, but even try to call me name or insult me indirectly. I feel pained, but it's a price I have to pay to represent people here. And I'm confident that there's God. I believe in God, and I have seen it. God will do something about such people.
You said to me that this bill will be shut down.
Yes.
But the opposite is what is happening.
No, it's
the bill has gone through the second reading.
It has been, well, the Senate has passed the bill. I am against the bill, still against the bill, and especially on the timing. And I'm here having my say. I'll continue to have my say. And God knows that when I say the bill will be shut down, it doesn't mean that the Senate will shut it down. But for me, I've shot the bill. Only thing is that it refused to die.
So what do you do now?
I go on. I'm doing it now.
So the question is that there are aspects. Are you able to push your ideas on reviewing, on fixing the areas you think they are not in the best interest of the Nigerian people?
That's what the Senate in passing the bill promised to do. But I don't see how, because my own is straight. If my state, that is the state governor, and our traditional rulers, and the governors in the state say, no, withdraw this bill, let's have consultation for you, take it. And now some guys or the Senate is saying, no, let's take this bill and then ask the governors to come before us. I'm watching.
You think there's going to be a problem along
Seriously. Seriously. Once the governors are not on the same page, with the president, there's going to be a problem.
The question here is that it looks like President Bola Tinubu has an idea of how...
No. Let me tell you...
Just a moment. He has an idea of how he wants things to go. He has an idea of the reforms that he wants to take, but a lot of people may not like it.
No, that is not it. Let me tell you. Well, I cannot read his mind, but I'm so close. I have been with him severally. You see, as I tell you, he is surrounded by people that take it upon themselves. And most especially, I'm very suspicious, especially because of the hurry indeed. And I became more worried the day before yesterday when the IMF, World Bank came visiting and said they are going to do our budget. Help us do our budget. Hi. When we have the Ukwenje Wellers, when we have people that can do our budget, to the best international standard at nothing. If you ask them to come and look at this our budget and do it, then you go and call Oyibo to do budget for you. Huh?
You feel insulted by that?
I feel insulted.
But where do we go from here as a matter of wrapping
they
up?
should allow, let them fear God and speak the truth. So many people have gone down the IMF line. And where are they? They had to reverse and get out of it. Now, World Bank is coming to tell us, and they show us on the TV yesterday, they took them to the president, and they are volunteering that they will help us do budget. What are they saying indirectly? That we don't know how to do budget. That we should continue with these policies. It will start yielding result in 15 years. In 15 years, I'll be 80. So even if it is food safe, is it going to be?
Senator Ndume,
yeah,
you've had your say again tonight.
Ato, you are trying to make me have your own say. I refuse. I said my own.
You know that no matter what, even if I disagree with you, on this platform is an independent platform for every Nigerian that comes there to have their.
Many people don't want to come here because you gag them.
I don't gag people. I asked a difficult question. Which one? You know it.
What is it?
The one about your interest in this. Whether or not it's a personal agenda.
No. I told you I'm very close to Tinubu. I don't want him to fail. I don't want him to fail. That's why I'm taking some of these insults. If not, look, I can leave the party. I can leave the party. When the party has even given me an offer that I can go if I want. I can apply to them to allow me to go. They can give me approval, and I'll go.
All right. Senator, thank you so much. Senator Ali Ndume, representing Borno South Central District in the National Assembly. Thank you.
Naija. Oh my God. So this man is so mad about the VAT. They don't drink beer in the north. I don't know. Do they drink beer? Has that changed? I wonder. I don't know. They do not drink beer in the north. But you want to benefit from what you do not participate in. Make it make sense. This is why Nigeria is not working. You are giving people money that are not producing anything. You don't allow beer. When they bring beer into your state, you demolish all of them. You don't drink it. So why do you need the VAT? That's the question, though. You know, the man is vituperating up and down, shouting in the Senate and all of that. Not now, not now. You don't want technology. What do you mean you don't want technology? Is it not supposed to make your life easier? Can you imagine the mindset of these people? These are your senators, you Nigerians. These are your senators. This man claims that he has an education. He claims he has an idea about technology that he did when they started doing, when DOS was used. That's what he's basing his knowledge on. Eh? Is it not to make people's life easier? Look at what China is doing and every other country that we were once on the same level. These are the kinds of senators that you have in Nigeria that cannot come up with any dissent, that fight everything because they have been used to collecting free. And the money that's been spent in Nigeria comes from oil producing states. It comes from oil producing states. Everybody has abandoned everything that they ought to be. We used to have granite pyramids. We used to have iron ore and all those things. Where are they? Everybody has forgotten. There used to be, cocoa was big at one time. Cocoa is still big. People make chocolates, all kinds of things with it. Eh? It don't make sense. By the way, T-Pain saying one partner with France. Hey, if we are not start to dey shout, he wants to partner with France to fight insecurity. Don't you think that sounds suspicious? These people have been looking for a way to get into Mali, Burkina Faso, and because they're still pissed that those people got their voices and took their countries back. So they're looking for countries that they can partner with and be on, so that they can fight those people. If we not start to they scream, Nigerians, say no partnership with France. We don't want. This is the time for you people to use your hashtags. No to partnership with France. On what? These people are looking for a way to come into America. So France want you sense come Nigeria. Very soon they're going to teach you French for classrooms. Is that what you people want? Look at him proudly saying it. I'm partnering with France to fight insecurity. Talking about egg. Talking about sandwich. Look, imagine what the man is saying in front of the whole world. Has food ever been our problem in Nigeria? This man has just gone to further embarrass. After they're going to pursue who know they pursue them. Davido went and said nothing he was working in Nigeria. What did they came at him with a sledgehammer. Your president has gone to demarket you at the highest level by saying that the children, African child, you see they go acting like beggarly people, helpless people, so that they can give them money, that they will pocket. There's nothing to show for it. No hospitals, no good roads, no water. You are either on band A, band B on electricity. I've never seen a country that functions on band A, band B. Even in communities that everybody has lights. We're still talking about band A, but classism on top of basic needs of the people. Classism. If you people like, don't shout about French. Don't shout and tell T-Pain that you do not want any partnering with France. Before you know it, they're going to say they want to bring their security apparatus and put it in your borders. That will be the next step. Now small, now dance, clap, they enter dance. That's what's going to happen if we don't do anything about it. These people just come out every day and make a complete fool of the entire country. Make you look like you are dummies, that you don't know anything. Meanwhile, we have some of the brightest, the most creative people in Nigeria, in every part of Nigeria. Here we are, looking all hopeless, like children that have been abandoned. That comment that he made about him partnering with France should have people up in arms, screaming. Let people be talking about it. What is that about? They're trying to sneak it in. They're trying to sneakingly come in so that they can attack our neighbors. You guys should not be silent about this, because T-Pain, he's just doing what he's doing. Oh God, T-Pain is lucky. He has the most docile citizens to work with. He can, turn them however way he wants. I'm telling you, he's so lucky he's dealing with very docile Nigerians. France is trying to come back into Africa so that they can take back their countries. Take back those African countries. He's openly declaring that he wants to partner with France on security, and nobody is saying anything about it. Matter of fact, let me change my let me edit my topic. No to security, because this is bullshit. Partnership with France. In fact, let me say Nigerians reject partnership with France. Where is it? Where did it go? Because this is getting too much. Reject partnership. Yay! I don't understand. Everywhere just quiet. Everybody's supposed to shout right now. Now, if I tell you, let me be honest with you, this is what brought me out. I had no intention of doing any live today. I was chilling and enjoying myself. I just said, let me find out let me just check out what's going on. And I'm hearing the news. He wants to partner with France. Hey God, I beg Hey, I don't even know what to say. I really don't. Hmm? Ah, yeah. Mm. Wow, I've never seen anything like this before. This is incredibly crazy. Hmm? So many things are coming at Nigerians. They don't even know which one to hold on to first. There's a problem when your president at the top is talking about partnering with another foreign country. Do you know what that entails? Do you know what agreements have been signed? Do you know what documents have been signed? He's talking about egg and sandwich for children. Please, have we ever been hungry in Nigeria? We have farmlands, repete. There is nothing you plant on that soil that does not grow. Eh? We've never had an issue with hunger. This man is just going all out there to go and make us look so stupid and dumb. So that they can give him money, then he'll pocket it again. Please, Nigerians, use your social media platforms effectively. Everything not be catching or cruise though. I don't know what's going to wake us up. Every day is one crazy thing on the other. Everything is one crazy thing or the other. And for me, I cannot be silent. I can't. I wish I could and just enter house and know I'm done and just wash my hands off. But I cannot. They should go and fix their own country. There are, what do they even have in France going on? They have issues. They have issues in France. There's high cost of living. The citizens are upset. What is he doing about that? They should leave Africa alone, for crying out loud. Since they bomb me, now Africa is under siege. He don't take.
The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has confirmed that the old Port Harcourt refinery is currently operating at 70% capacity, producing significant volumes of petroleum products daily. NNPC disclosed that efforts are underway to increase the refinery's capacity from 70% to 90%. The NNPC dismissed claims by some individuals alleging the refinery is not operational, describing such statements as unfounded. The company emphasized the importance of focusing on achievements under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has prioritized revitalizing the nation's energy sector. The company called on Nigerians to support its ongoing efforts to transform the energy landscape and to refrain from undermining progress with baseless criticism. Meanwhile, as reactions continue to trail the announcement by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited that the Port Harcourt refinery has been activated for operation, a group of civil society organizations has called for great caution. The group, under the aegis of the Coalition for Accountability and Transparency in Energy Sector, says that NNPC Limited did not mean well for the country and the citizenry by converting the heritage refinery to a mere blending plant, despite receiving huge funds to make the refinery operational. Joining us now on this show is Nick Agule, an energy expert. He will be joined by Timothy Ngbiri, Secretary at LASA Stakeholders, the host community to the Port Harcourt refinery, both old and new, in Eleme, River State, and Okachike Chinedu, National Publicity Secretary, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's new program where you can access up to 100.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen. You're welcome to the morning show. But I understand we only have Mr. Timothy Ngbere. Mr. Ngbere, thank you for joining us. Well, Mr. Ngbere, you represent the Alesa stakeholders, the community stakeholders. Now, is the community concerned that oil production, oil processing, refining activity is about to come back within the community? Is the community making any demands? Because you recall that during the process of the Petroleum Industry Act and all of that, communities were making demands, and communities have perpetually raised issues about refining, about community engagement. That's one issue that I think will interest you. But maybe you begin commenting on the fact that NNPC Limited says the Port Harcourt refinery is back on stream. And there's been a lot of singing and dancing and chest beating, despite what the cynics say.
Well, good morning, Dr. Abati. Thank you for having me this morning. Actually, the Port Harcourt refinery, and by extension, the Port Harcourt depot, happen to be the mainstay of the Alesa economy. The economic activities emanating from the operations of this depot means a lot to us as a community people. But as it were now, I don't think it's cause for celebration yet. What we are having in the media space is different from what we have on ground. I can tell it to you on authority as a community person that it was just a mere show we had on Tuesday at the Port Harcourt depot. A mere show in the sense that the Port Harcourt refinery, we call it Area 5, that is the old refinery, is merely on skeletal operation. When I say skeletal, some units were recently brought up and is running. Not the entire unit of the old refinery is functional as we speak. Very slow. I will give them the credit that at least they have started something, but not to say that, according to the chief head of corporate communication of the NNPC Limited, they have put it on the media that they are already producing 1,400,000 barrels per day. But that's not the case. That's not true. It's a very big, I don't want to use the word lie, but as an agency that are holding the oil industry on trust for Nigerians, they shouldn't put out some of this information that are not true. The true picture of what happened on Tuesday is that the NNPC has been under pressure to televise to Nigerians that everything is okay, and then that the old refinery has started functioning. I can tell you that the GMD, or the CEO, as it were for now, was in Port Harcourt since Monday. The other MDs were also in Port Harcourt. The MD of Port Harcourt Refinery and those heading the operations department, they didn't sleep through the night of Monday breaking Tuesday because of this whole event they had on Tuesday. What was the true picture? The old Port Harcourt Refinery is built with its own utilities, different from the new Port Harcourt Refinery. In terms of tank farm, the tank farm that is servicing the old Port Harcourt Refinery has a different loading gantry at the depot. The party they had on Tuesday was held at the new loading gantry that is directly connected to the new refinery. And so, how does that work? It's impossible. They went there because the storage facility for the old refinery had some stock, old stock, that has been there for over 3 years. And so what they had, they released that stock and then loaded 6 trucks and then televised it to Nigerians that is the production from the old refinery, Port Harcourt refinery. That is not true. That is not true, Dr. Abate. And so I like Nigerians to know the truth. Okay. But they don't need to believe me, because Nigerians, no matter how you paint the true pictures to them, they get sentimental, they get tribal, they want to whip some sentiment and all that. The product that was loaded, and let it be on record that it was only 6 trucks. According to them, they put so many the data out there, but it was only 6 trucks. They were using it to calibrate the new loading gantry. But it's not a new refined product from the old refinery. That is not. I think that is the status we have. As at yesterday, they also loaded. But let me shock you, Dr. Abate. If we are celebrating that the Port Harcourt old refinery is already functional, how come they loaded only 4 trucks of product the whole day? I mean, starting from 7 a.m., that work resumes at the Port Harcourt depot. It was only 4 trucks that was loaded till about 8 at night. Only 4. And these 4 trucks were actually under the loading bay areas. They were loading them, and they say it's automated. How can you have a truck under a bay for more than 6 hours under an automated system? Back in the years, when we had manual loading system, it doesn't take 45 minutes for one 30,000 or 33,000 liters of truck to be fully loaded. You can ask from any operational staff or any person that has been at the depot area. Manual system loads a truck for about 45 minutes. So fully automated, fully rehabilitated, and then you tell us it's 70% operational, and then you're loading 4 trucks for a whole day, 1 truck staying under the loading gantry for more than 6 to 7 hours. Who are we deceiving, Dr. Abate? I think that is the clear picture of the whole event at the Port Harcourt depot, and by extension, the Port Harcourt refinery. Thank you, Dr. Abate.
All right, then, Mr. Timothy Ngbere, you have given us your first-hand observation of the refinery's operations. And, you know, the NNPC, of course, coming out on Tuesday to say that the old Port Harcourt refinery is operating at 70% capacity and aiming to scale up to 90% in the near future. As someone who has worked very closely with them, given the refinery's history of inefficiencies and recurring downtime, what do you think that the key challenges still are? Why are we still having, I mean, you've touched on the fact that it's probably because of the pressure that is being put on NNPCL. So why are we seeing a situation where we're still not being able to meet the promises that they gave to Nigerians? It's really talking about the fact that they are now being able to produce, starting to refine at this space going forward.
Your health is your biggest asset. Find Anthem Blue Cross plan starting at $0.
Well, I think the crux of our problem for the rehabilitation of this Port Harcourt refinery started with the choice of the contractor to handle this rehabilitation project. That was where we got it wrong. The NNPCL awarded this contract to Technimot SPA of Milan. But I can tell you for free that what we have on ground, those we see on ground, running and handling this rehabilitation is quite different. You have a situation where Technimot, that was awarded this contract doesn't have even one single equipment on ground. One. Technimo sublets this contract to numerous subcontractors, who in turn sublet this contract to other contractors. I can tell you that to a very large extent, the result that has been achieved so far in this rehabilitation project is that has been given by the local contractors. I use the word local. We have seen a situation whereby the handlers of this rehabilitation project, the Technimot, the staffs they are brought on ground, they don't seem to be experienced. They don't seem to. And then the level of corruption ongoing there is amazing. You have a situation where somebody sits down and tells you he's the community relations manager, one Mr. Fineface or Meme. He is also the person handling all procurement contracts. He is also the person handling all human resource related issues. How can you have an effective system? It's not possible. The question is, why is a single individual handling the entire process of this rehabilitation project? Why? When we have capable hands that can do this. So the crux of the problem, the choice of the contractor wasn't right. I say this with all seriousness. We had a situation, in fact, personally, I've had cause to say that the Warri refinery is going to come upstream before the Port Harcourt refinery. Why did I say so? It's because of the track record of the handlers of that project. Daewoo Nigeria Limited. Daewoo has a track record here in Nigeria. He has his West African head office in Eleme, and we know what they are doing. See what Daewoo has done to Indorama. When you go there, Daewoo has done the first phase, building of the first phase of that Indorama. The second phase, now they are on the third phase. Daewoo single-handedly is doing all these massive projects. But the Nigerian government didn't have the confidence to hand over the Port Harcourt refinery to Daewoo. Maybe it was politically motivated. So they gave it to Technimo SPA. Now, there's another level of fraud. If you go there, what you see is Technimo Nigeria. But the company that was awarded the contract is Technimo SPA of Milan. They bring some few white guys on ground for whatever reasons they are there, and they use just one or two black individuals to oversee everything that is happening there on their decks. They award you contracts, you go into private discussions with them, they tell you places, you go and build certain assets for them before they can award you this contract. A lot of fraud ongoing there. I think that is the crux of the matter, why we have not yet arrived at the promises that NNPC has made to Nigerians.
My brother,
thank you.
Let's unveil this fraud even more. I have the press release in 2021 of Technimot, Marie Technimot, when they said they are strengthening their footprint in Nigeria with a 1.5 billion deal by NNPC. Marie Technimot SPA announces that a subsidiary, Technimot SPA, has been awarded a contract by the Federal Executive Council to carry out rehabilitation works for Port Harcourt Refinery, which is a subsidiary of NNPC. But let me read you the terms of the contract. The overall contract value is $1.5 billion. It entails full engineering, procurement, and construction activities for a full rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt Refinery, aimed at restoring the complex to a minimum of 90% of its nameplate capacity. The complex is comprised of 2 refineries with overall capacity of 210,000 barrels per day. The project will be delivered in phases of 24, 32 months, and the final stage will be completed in 44 months from the date of the award. By my calculation, this press release was made on the 6th of April 2001. 6th of April 2001 to today is exactly 42 months. And in that 42 months, they claim that it's just 70% of the Port Harcourt, the first refinery, the 60,000 barrels per day refinery that was built by Shell Daisy in 65, which is a utility refinery that is working. But which we all know that what they did was they took cracked C5 raisins from Indorama, and they blended some naphtha with some of the stock they had before, and they pushed down and they said it was fully completed. That 6,000 capacity does not even have a converter. Correct me if I'm wrong. To be able to refine into, petrol and pump. So 42 months down the line, we have wasted money and time of Nigerians. This was the same Technimonte that as at a month ago, Femi wrote a letter to them to ask, when will this contract be completed? They said they do not know. And we are 42 months away into a 44-month completion period. This is a rare document that I have to get out in circulation of their press release out of Italy. What do you see about this fraud and corruption?
Well, thank you very much. It's good that with the details you have brought out, Nigerians will be refreshed, their memories. Because this is really appalling that a whopping sum of 1.5 billion taxpayers' fund, US dollars, will just go down the drain. I say this because if you look at the party they held at the depot area, you hardly could find the community people. You are supposed to have seen the chief celebrating because this project means a lot to us as a people. But did you see that? No. The chiefs weren't there. It's like they went and bought some strangers, imported them into that area. Even the person that stood up and spoke as speaking for the community is not a member of the community, not a son of the soil. He's not from there. And so that is the extent Technimont is going to cover their tracks. That's the extent the NNPC is going to cover their tracks. Let me put this out on the media space. As a community, we have never had a single engagement with Technimont SPA. They have never come to visit the community, to introduce themselves, to say, this is why we are in the community, this is the project we are handling, this is the benefit that is accruing to the community. We have not seen them. We don't have any benefit. We don't. And so maybe that is why they are avoiding the community participation. How about the workforce? Did they give us employment? The answer is no. These projects used up to 3,000 workforce. Going by the local content, the community is supposed to have more than 50% of that workforce.
Okay.
What did we get?
Mr. Angbere.
We didn't get anything.
Mr. Angbere, I'll come back to you. I understand Nick Agule has joined us. Nick Agule, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us, energy expert. What's your quick take on this latest development in Port Harcourt refinery? We're seeing mixed reactions, this and that. But some people are saying, well, we should be grateful for the clear progress that has been made by the Tinubu administration. Do you consider this clear progress? And that we can only hope for more, particularly as NNPC Limited says that the main refinery will soon come on stream and additional refined products will be pushed into the market.
Thank you very much, Ruben. And good morning to Nigerians and viewers around the world. Rice has done well. I'm speaking to you in Makode in Benue State. And I have heard your question. And my answer to your question is that the NNPCL needs to do more with communication in a transparent manner to Nigerians. We have to say the basics. The basics are this refinery that the NNPC is running is owned by Nigerians. We are the owners of this asset, and the NNPCL is our servant. They are our workers, and they have to report back to us in the most transparent way the situation with this refinery. Not just the Port Harcourt old refinery, but the three others. And I can say that this is not happening. First and foremost, a statement that was issued by the NNPC announcing the commencement of production of petroleum products at the old refinery did not carry anything blending. It was that the refinery has started production and that was it. It was when the controversy started to be generated on social media and on other platforms that the NNPCL issued a secondary statement. And in this statement, they provided more data. For instance, they say the refinery is at 70% production capacity, that the refinery is blending C5, which is a petrochemical, with naphtha, which is perhaps one of the first products that come out when you start the refining process to produce gasoline. And then they gave other metrics like they're producing 1.5 million liters of diesel and all that. The point here is that why were those details not even mentioned when they first came across to us, the owners of this refinery? Why did they have to wait for this controversy to be generated before they give us these additional details? So I would say that as it stands now, Nigerians are right to doubt the NNPC. Nigerians are correct, and I believe they are being pragmatic if the NNPC is not coming across to them in the way we desire. And to be honest, for me, I would like more clarity. The NNPC needs to take journalists into this plant. They need to show journalists exactly what they are doing, so that these journalists can come back to us as Nigerians and say, yes, indeed, we have seen that refining processes have commenced at the old Port Harcourt refinery, and these are the products that are being produced.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gule. It looks like both you and Mr. Ngbere are critical of what has been done. But Mr. Ngbere, Mr. Ngbere, are you there?
Silverado EV RST. Next level capabilities like the multi-flex tailgate and midgate, and a 17
Oh, okay, Mr. Ngbere, it looks like there is a connection problem. Okay, Shaitan.
Let me come in here, Mr. Agule, and you've touched on a very important point when we talk about these conflicting reports about the functionality of the Port Harcourt refinery. As an energy expert yourself, I mean, you've spoken about journalists having to go in there, but before that happens, is there any other way that we can independently verify, apart from the statements that we made here today, whether the refinery is operational? What are the specific metrics or indicators that the NNPC should provide to should release or provide to prove its claims? And if indeed the refinery is not functional, what technical or logistical challenges might have caused this discrepancy between the NNPC claims and the ground reality?
Thank you very much for that question. For the benefit of our viewers, maybe I should just break down the refining process quickly. So refining is converting crude oil into petroleum products. And the process begins by feeding that crude oil into a distillation unit. And what that unit simply does is to cook the crude oil, boil it at up to 300, 500 degrees Celsius. And then that boiled crude oil goes through a catalytic converter, which then begins to separate the different products that are coming out. These different products come off at different boiling points. As simple as that is why the boys in the Niger Delta who are doing refining, they're actually refining. You know, when you see what they are doing, they put stolen crude oil into big tanks or containers, and then they put fire under it. And then you will see fluids coming off from that. Usually what they are producing in the Niger Delta is AGO. And I can tell you that AGO can fire an engine. Even though it's a crude way of producing it, it hasn't gone through all the other processes that will make it fit for purpose for engines. So this is what happens. So in the Port Harcourt refinery now, the distillation unit needs to have been fired up. Has it been fired up? If it's been fired up, refining has started. And if it has been fired up, what has happened, therefore, if I can make a guess, is that naphtha, which is one of the first products to came off, but the other processes that need to be in place for that refinery to now produce petrol are not there. So the NNPCL is now taking naphtha that has come off and they are blending it with C5, which is a resin, a form of petrochemical, to now produce petroleum products. That's my guess as to what is happening. But it's also possible that the NNPCL is getting naphtha and C5 from different sources and just blending it, in which case the refinery has not even started refining at all. It's just a blending plant that is putting all of these components together to produce products.
Mr. Nick,
What
they're
is
getting
the
it from
real
Indorama.
situation is when we see the picture on the ground.
Mr. Nick, they are getting it from
Yes,
Indorama.
exactly.
They are getting it from Indorama. That's where they are getting the C5 from Indorama.
Yeah, but the naphtha, I understand that, Rufai. Yeah. They themselves have considered in their second statement that they are getting C5 from Indorama, which is the former LMA Petrochemicals complex. But the naphtha, where are they getting the naphtha? I mean, there are two scenarios. They could also be getting that naphtha from somewhere, including import, in which case it's a pure blending plant. But it's also that they have fired up the distillation unit, have introduced crude oil, and they have produced naphtha. It's just that the other components of the refinery that would have now taken that refining process to the point of getting petrol is not in place. So they are taking the naphtha that then came off that, and they are blending it with C5. What is actually the case on the ground is when we go in and see what's happening. But the NNPC have to show their distillation unit working. That's the first thing to show that a refinery is up and running.
Okay. So the last question for me will be, I'm going to come back to you, sir, from the Alisa community. Question is, what should we do going forward? Now that we have been able to unveil this drama, what should we do? Because either ways, I want the refinery to work in Port Harcourt, in Warri, and other parts. I'm a Nigerian for God and for country. What can we do to actually keep this refinery working so people can get fuel in their country? Priority.
You know, it's uncanny how often I hear from active investors over the last 27 plus years.
Okay, thank you for having me back. I think first is to tell ourselves the truth. If we don't tell ourselves the simple truth, then there's no moving forward. Because what we have on ground, we need to do a complete system audit, just like the expert was trying to analyze. We need to audit the entire Port Harcourt refinery system to know, is the crude distillating unit working? Like I said earlier on, it's just few of the units that have come on stream, not the entire unit. Now, I wanted to clear the air here. And please, you can do a check on this. I believe if Dr. Abati or yourself who want to have access to the Port Harcourt refinery and by extension the depot, they will not stop you. Because I know I've taken some few media persons there, which they've written officially, but they refuse them access. Dr. Abati, please, let it be clear here. No single product has moved from the Port Harcourt refinery area into the product reception area of the depot. I said no one. And let me explain why. Let me explain why. You can do a check on this. The old refinery, Port Harcourt refinery, has its own utilities quite different from the new Port Harcourt refinery. The tank storage area for product reception is different. The loading gantry is different. where they set up the canopy and did the party
Mr. Ngbere,
was in the new area.
Mr. Ngbere, sorry to interrupt you, but look, activities like this will bring life to the community, will bring economic robustness, people coming, people talking about your Alesa community. I mean, the community elders and the youth, are you not happy that your community is back in action within the bigger map of Nigeria? There's something to be said for that. Let's be fair. Even if it is people selling this
Dr.
and
Abati,
that.
Dr. Abati, I started by saying that the economy, the mainstay of Alesa economy is actually the Port Harcourt depot. That is how I started my address here. But as it is today, nothing is happening. That the first boat that will celebrate this will definitely be the community, because we'll be the first beneficiaries. Our youth will work there either through the unions, the petroleum tanker drivers, or the Ipman and what have you in that place. We will benefit in all this. But when they keep deceiving us or lying, how do we stand to benefit from their lies? We don't. Let me tell you that the Technomod people are not alone in this. As community stakeholders, we wrote to the Senate Committee on Host Communities through the Senate President. We did. We were invited. We went there. We tried to expose some of these things. They also invited the Technomod family. Did they come? No. What we had was this same chief head of corporate communication writing back to the committee and telling the committee that the GMD or the CEO, as it were, was not in town and he was in Abu Dhabi and all that.
I'd like to come
and
in
the
here,
committee
Mr.
members, especially like James Manager. James Manager was like, let me land. James Manager was like, we didn't invite the GMD or the CEO. We invited the MD of Port Harcourt Refinery and those handling the rehabilitation, which is the Technomod. But they never showed up. What happened? They rescheduled the visit. And they wrote to the GMD and told him that the allegations of the host community are too grievous to be swept under the carpet.
All right,
Didn't they
thank
sweep
you
it under
so
the
much,
carpet?
Mr.
They did.
Mr. Timothy
when we are supposed to go back the second time, they have collected the envelopes, and what do we have?
Unfortunately,
so they are
this
involved.
is a conversation
the politicians are deeply involved.
That will definitely not end here. Thank you so much for your contributions and, of course, for letting us know exactly what is happening down there in Alesa. That's Timothy Ngbere, who is the
NNPC worry photo. Oh my God. Oh, they went all over the national news, all over the newspapers. Oh, NNPC worry in the Niger Delta will reopen. Is that as it has reopened, it's going to be working at optimum level. They speak grammar. See, photo. Nigerians will never know. Heavy gaslighting. This is political gaslighting for you people at the highest level. It's ridiculous what Nigerians are having to deal with on a daily basis. Who says politics doesn't matter? Politics affects your life. Hey God, it's so unfortunate. We have largely an illiterate citizen in Nigeria that does not understand the impact politics makes in their lives. I'm telling you, politics determines so many things. No health care, nothing is working. No health care for the common man. The privileged ones in Nigerians may be able to afford certain types of health care, have private health. A lot of Nigerians, common Nigerians, cannot. We're talking about the regular Nigerians now, the ones that are hustling. We're not talking about the privileged ones. The privileged ones, they are finding it easy because they have money. They can do whatever. They can fly out. They can travel anywhere in the world. You that are still coming up, you are struggling. Do you have, if something happens, backend like this, do you have somewhere to run to? Do you have a hospital to run to? Do you have doctors, qualified doctors to take care of you? Look at the hospital. There's no reconstruction. There's nothing. No rehabilitation of those hospitals. It's crazy. Look at it. NNPC, when they're supposed open to create opportunities for other people, no. Voicemail, audio NNPC, greed. Maybe this thing will go. Hi! God forbid.
Feel that the North has been superseded by other regions in terms of progress and development, and that it's time to accelerate things. The first step, they say, is to bring together disparate groups in the region into one cohesive force under the umbrella of the League. But given that there are many powerful people in the North and beyond who don't want the kind of root and branch change that's been advocated, because, well, that kind of transformation is not in their interest, how are they doing so far? Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the spokesman of the League of Northern Democrats, Dr. Ladan Salihu, who's also a chieftain of the main opposition, People's Democratic Party, or PDP, and is a former Director General of the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN. Great to see you again.
Good to see you, Charles.
Thank you so much for coming in. First of all, let me get your brief reaction to the news that the iconic broadcasting house in Ikoyi, Lagos, home to FRCN, of which you were once the Director General, has been gutted by fire.
Yes, I am very saddened. Yesterday, at about midnight, one of my colleagues called me and said, "Look, Radio House Ikoyi, Lagos operations is on fire." And I was like, "What? Lagos operations?" So I made some calls to some of the management staff, and somebody actually sent me a clip of the inferno. It's very sad because the Lagos operations, as we used to call them, used to be the headquarters of the main FRCN. It was the nucleus of what you would call professional radio broadcasting. The likes of Christopher Kolade and other
legends
of broadcasting. They literally were incubated, if you like, from that edifice. And of course, it also houses the Voice of Nigeria. I am worried, I'm saddened, I'm deeply concerned because of the records, the archival materials that are in there. History that was captured, across time, from the pre-colonial from the colonial times to this moment. I hope they have not been destroyed. I'm in conversation with the DGFRCN. He's on top of the situation, and they're making an assessment, and I'm sure very soon they will be able to recover some of the, to renovate first and foremost, but then to hopefully recover some of the items now that we are in digital era. They must have been stored somewhere digitally.
Well, I certainly hope so.
But it's not a good sight to look at.
I also had the privilege of walking through that door quite a few years ago, and so I hold fond memories of that FRCN broadcasting house building. But let's move on from that to the main topic of this chat, which is the League of Northern Democrat. What has the League been up to recently? Last time we spoke a fortnight ago, I spoke with your convener. You were trying to unite all the main northern groups under the umbrella of the League.
Yes, politics and the kind of politics that is empirical now in the context of the Nigeria that obtains, you have to ensure that you make contacts, you collaborate, you deepen stakeholding, and you reach out to the prime movers and shakers of politics in northern Nigeria, and indeed across the Nigerian nation. So in the last 2 weeks, we've been having conversations with we've had a meeting with the Arewa Consultative Forum in Kaduna, and the meeting was essentially to forge an understanding, to form a common front, to collaborate, and to listen to each other and synergize on the way forward in addressing the plethora of challenges that bedevil the North, which we've discussed here severally. And then, before then, we've had contacts with the Northern Elders Forum. And the Professor Ango Abdullahi has been having a conversation with our own leadership. We've also, crossed the Niger to talk to President Olusegun Obasanjo in Abeokuta, and we've also talked with Lieutenant General Theophilus Yakubu Danjuma. What we are doing essentially, and of course, just yesterday we had a courtesy call and a very, very enlightening and inspiring conversation with the former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. All of this, Charles, is to aggregate views, to understand the opinions, to have a kind of mindset that is not predicated on politics as usual. The business of politics has to change if we must get it, correct in the North. But so what we said we should do and we must do and we are doing is to ensure that we make contacts with people that are not only opinion leaders, but they are people of quality leadership, quality national standing, and quality administration, both in terms of politics and in managing the state. So we will continue in this framework. And the whole idea is that we work together, we work in unison, we congregate and marshal out a strategy that we will not be firing or misfiring from several directions.
Right, but I'm curious to know what your goal is in forming this league of trying to, beyond the fact that you have made clear that you have the interests of the North at heart. One wonders what the extent of that interest is. Is it, obviously beyond the developmental, is it also political? Because the last time we had your convener, Dr. Ardo, here, he was hinting that you're trying to return power to the northern region.
What we are doing as League of Northern Democrats, first and foremost, is to, we've made a SWOT analysis of the political situation in the North. And we've discovered that over the years, and when I say over the years, we're talking about the transition or the gravitation of politics from the times of Tafawa Balewa, Sardauna of Sokoto, to this moment. Those who collected the batons across several stoppages politically have kind of missed, the way politics should be done in the North. And so what we said was the elites in the North must bear responsibility for the sheer backwardness, for the kind of challenges, the constraints, the limitations that the North is experiencing. Because the elites are the ones that ordinarily should be the eyes and ears of the larger society. They should have been more coherent, more, they should have had more robust understanding of the challenges. And so we said in the League of Northern Democrats, we need to focus on political recruitment. If you want to employ any person into any company, you must make sure you get your best hands so that you will get some profit. Now, in politics and in leadership recruitment matters. So we must ensure that the next generation of leaders that we will have from the North are those that are well-grounded, sound in education, good with integrity, quality minds with everything that you want to put your hands on the plow. These are the ones that understand the challenges, the constraints, the limitations, and the state of backwardness that we are in the North. If you don't have quality minds in leadership, then you're going to have a repeat and a complication of the same problem. So what we are doing in the League of Northern Democrats is first and foremost to make an awareness campaign to the rest of the North to ensure that, look, when you are recruiting leaders from the councillors to state assembly, House of Representatives, Senate, and what have you, you must make sure that you bring the best that we have, and the best are in the elites.
So how's that going to manifest in 2027, which is coming up in the next 3 years, essentially?
In 2027, manifest in form of?
Well, how is it going to manifest? Because the impression that a lot of people have, and certainly the impression I got from speaking to your people and what the convener here, was that there was a plan to try and move things politically back to the North in 2027.
When we say moving things politically back to the North, there are lots of spins that are given and interpretations.
Right.
And a lot of pontifications are being put forward. And for those who want to ambush the League of Northern Democrats, will tell you that we are here because we want to see a power shift to the North. We are yet to get to that bridge, Charles. When we get to that bridge, we will make a decision.
Yeah, but it's in the back of your minds that you will have to make a decision.
In the back of our minds, we want a quality leadership that will deliver Nigeria from the plethora of problems that are so internecine, the issues of insecurity in the North, the issues of multi-dimensional poverty, and the issues of out-of-school children. And what we are saying is that the kind of leadership that is on board right now, Charles, either lack the capacity to address these problems or are simply not willing to address the problems. So we must ensure that the narrative is not necessarily about who leads Nigeria in 2027. No, our own narrative is who will bring quality leadership, irrespective of where he comes from. But then, if we get to 2027, the leadership of the League of Northern Democrats will then make a pronouncement on, who is going to be there. But right now, it's not on the on our
right. But when you say
sheet.
that you're going to make a pronouncement, and I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I mean, when you say you're going to make a pronouncement, it raises people's sort of, ears. You see what I mean there? Because the question is, does that goal seem viable and feasible for the rest of the North and indeed the rest of Nigeria to accept? If you're talking about somebody coming from anywhere, given that there is the principle of presidential rotation between the North and the South that operates in this country, and it clearly is the turn of the South up till at least 2031.
Like I said, the bridge is upon us, and when we get there, we will, define how to cross that bridge. When I said we are going to make a pronouncement, Charles, we're going to make a pronouncement that will leave no one in doubt as to our vision and mission and, the aims and objectives of the League of Northern Democrats. And that will speak to the issues of local government elections, state assembly elections, gubernatorial elections, senatorial and House of Representatives, and then maybe the presidential election. And I think people are putting a lot of premium on the issue of presidency because that is the ultimate prize. And what we are concerned is the issues that I've told you, the issues of getting quality leadership, the issues of getting a variety of known elites from reputable backgrounds, quality education that will now anchor, the future of politics in the North. Right now, I am not by any way putting those on the saddle now down, but what we are saying is that we need, to up our game.
Right.
We need to up.
That's where you're aiming to get.
That's why we are aiming
right.
to.
So somebody said that what might be the most immediate way that what you're doing can start to yield fruit, or at least even have the potential to develop, is for you to start focusing on the things that would prevent this kind of selection process that you're talking about, choosing the best. And actually, you know, because it is very likely that if you don't have electoral reform and you don't fix the electoral commission, that none of this, I mean, none of these people are ever going to get a chance to get to be leaders.
Excellent question, Charles. And this is entirely true. If we don't put our house in order, if we don't understand, appreciate our own, you know, setbacks, our own limitations, and confront them head on, and confront them in a very methodical, strategic way that will bring about the positive results that the North needs in tackling the issues of poverty, insecurity, out of school children, the issues of multidimensional poverty and so on, then we will just be oscillating around the issues. We don't want to oscillate. We want to move from point A to point B, where we will see clear and present, tangible, you know, progress politically for the North. And in doing so, Charles, we must tell ourselves that we must come out of our comfort zones to understand that we have a challenge, and there's no one that can address these issues, you know, more than ourselves as Northerners. But in doing so, General Yakubu Gowon, President Olusegun Obasanjo, and other statesmen that we've spoken to quietly, they have harped on the importance of extrapolating our own objectives across the national, you know, divide to ensure that you have the League of Southern Democrats and League of Eastern Democrats and what have you. That shows you—
That's a good point, actually.
Yes, that shows you that what we have started, you know, with all sense of humility, the nobility in it is gaining momentum and traction and attraction across the national political elite. And so we will continue to advocate our own missions and visions for a greater North and a better Nigeria.
Right. Do you think there's an element of mistrust from the other parts of Nigeria? Because, I mean, you're talking about a northern elite and a northern leadership. And these are leaders who have been in charge of this country, that same elite, for most of its post-independence period. And have not only not paid much attention to their own northern region, but to the rest of Nigeria. And everything else you see happening in the rest of Nigeria is through the mettle of the people there. They've taken their own hand to develop themselves. You see what I mean?
Yes. The problem we have, Charles, is that we are immersed in our own, you know, challenges, the challenges of insecurity, the challenges of poverty, and the indices are there for everybody to see. If you look at the West and you look at the East and the South, we are doing the catching up. So what we said is these problems have to be, they are homegrown. And so we have to develop, you know, home strategies and policies to address them. But you see, the Nigerian state, to me, you know, should be a state of, how do you put it now, symbiosis of aggregation of attitudes and principles and objectives. If you look at the fact that the North is right now in a political limbo, in an economic limbo, and in a situation where we don't have, you know, we don't have the house in order. And you can't have a house in order where you are bedeviled with poverty, insecurity, people can't go to the farm, you have large number of unemployed youths, and you have a system that is not necessarily addressing these issues. So what we look forward to having in the North, and we have always said, and I will continue to advocate in the League of Northern Democrats, is that our elites, and that is why we have the likes of the son of the late Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa, the son of, Alhaji Shehu Shagari, the son of Musa Yar'Adua, and a lot of them like minds like this. What is it that we are missing? Why are the missing linkages? Right. So we'll stitch them together, and I assure you that we have an aggregation of quality minds, sophisticated minds that are so versed in politics, in economics, in industrial, if you like, industrialization, that will give us a template that will begin to recover the,
we'll keep an eye on that. But let me get you to wear your other hat as the chieftain of the main opposition PDP. Recently, we saw the acting national chairman of the party, Umar Damagum, writing to the Electoral Commission, INEC, demanding the immediate conduct of by-elections to fill the 27 seats vacated by lawmakers loyal to Nyesom Wike in the Rivers State House of Assembly. How much of a surprise is that, given that many, given how controversial it's been, but also given that many people thought of Mr. Damagum as being a puppet of Mr. Wike? It would seem to go against the people who are supporting him.
I think what
are loyal to.
what this has shown to, I see it as the way most people, I think, see it, that there is a lot more to what seems to be out there in the public domain than what actually obtains inside Wadata, the PDP headquarters. Ordinarily, one would have expected, following the kind of narrative that is out there, where a lot of people see Damagum and some members of the leadership presumably backing, Nyesom Wike, and we'll definitely see what has happened as a kind of a twist in that direction. But then, to be fair to Damagum, he has been, this has been consistent. From day one, he has insisted that those people, those members that have defected from the PDP to the APC or whatever party, with the pronouncement of the speaker, their seats are vacant. So from that moment, I think the PDP headquarters wrote to the to INEC to ask that that elections be conducted again for the vacant seats. What this letter that has recently been sent to INEC, to me, is just a revalidation of that stand. And I want to, it's
briefly,
briefly. It may have also been propelled by recent events, around the country. We don't have a party that is hitting the bull's eye as an opposition party. We've let all the opposition activities or the opposition talks to be done by Atiku Abubakar, our former presidential candidate. We need to see a robust political party that is talking opposition. But right now, I think he has seen some of the loopholes, and he is taking a decisive action, and he wants to, if he must go out with an
a high note.
On a high note.
Okay. Well, we must come back on a separate note, because I kind of just threw this at you. There's a lot to talk about there, but we have to go. Very interesting talking with you. Dr. Ladan Salih, who is a spokesman of the League of Northern Democrats, is a chieftain of the main opposition. Now, after yet more controversy at the National Assembly, let's attempt to lift the hood on the nettlesome, raging issue of tax reform in Nigeria, a subject around which the Senate's biggest lawmakers have been clashing with each other across the regions. And yesterday, it all blew up in the chamber when the Senate leader, Opeyemi Bamidele, attempted to move for the suspension of what's known as Order 12 to allow members of President Tinubu's economic team into the Senate to try to explain the president's tax reform bill to lawmakers. That move became the lid that let off the gunpowder, and it was met with fierce opposition. As the row deepened, the rhetoric boiled over, heating up into a shouting match amid claims of insults and demands for an apology.
Mr. President, you will have your way, but I can have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice. This thing is very sensitive. Our people have been dominated by this matter. You sitting there to say it's rhetorics, I think it's very unfortunate, and you should apologize.
It's not an offense. Nobody used that against you. In the context it was used, it wasn't used against you. It was a general statement. I therefore rule out of order.
And that was a little snippet. What happened there at the National Assembly just a few hours ago, indeed. So what is it about this tax reform bill that seems to generate such radioactive kryptonite amongst lawmakers, particularly those from the north, leaving them feeling vulnerable and threatened? Well, one of the lawmakers that you saw there in that video who got himself immersed in that Senate chamber conflict is Senator Ali Ndume, and Senator Ndume joins me now in the studio. How nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again, Charles.
Well, I mean, you've got a great smile on your face. You don't look like a guy who just had a brush with some of your lot.
I do that anytime I speak out my mind.
Yeah, and you certainly have a reputation for speaking your mind.
And let me add again, I'm here because of you.
Well, I am very, very indebted to you.
I'm not
for coming over. I really am. And that phrase, you might have your way, but I will have my say, has become a sort of defining Ndume phrase, and is likely to become something of an Ndume motto. You know, it's a bit like when Margaret Thatcher said, "You turn if you like, the lady is not for turning." That became immortalized in history. And I suspect that this one will, but you didn't think of it as something so seminal when you used that phrase.
No.
It was just impulsive.
Yeah, not only impulsive. You see, Charles, you know me for
for a very long time.
A very long time. I speak my mind.
Indeed.
I speak from my heart, not from my mouth.
That is true.
Most of the time, even yesterday, I promised myself that I was not going to say anything. Suddenly, they brought people from the presidency that I charged with this reform. So I had to say something. And in the process, this unfortunate incident happened. And I felt bad, not for myself as a person, but for the institution that we call Senate. You can't do a senator like that. It might be Ndume today. It will not be Ndume permanently, but the Senate will be there as long as the Constitution.
But I mean, what was it that set you off at that Senate session? Because I mean, you really looked angry and offended.
Yeah, I was very, very angry, especially when Jibrin Barrow used some,
that's the deputy speaker.
Yes, abusive. Right. And when I complained and demanded apology, he felt arrogant because he was holding a governor and he ruled me out of order. So now the next step is for me to leave him with God, and that will be more.
Right. But I mean, beyond that incident, which you saw as a personal affront, I mean, you felt he was, I mean, why did you feel so affronted? Did you feel like he was your
because he's
junior or
no
somebody who
because he was sitting down there as a Senate president? He's supposed to be presiding. He's supposed to be presiding.
Right.
He's just one among equals. And if you look at the equals, there is ranking and is being respected in the Senate. I'm by far senior than him. I'm older than him. I'm more educated than him. I'm more exposed than him. He shouldn't, and he knows that. He shouldn't have to use that statement, even though he said it's not personal. And he further worsened it by saying it's general. You can't say what the Senate yesterday were doing is rhetorics. He has insulted himself.
Right. But you asked for an apology. Did you get it?
He refused. But he apologized to me in private, which is not right.
So, but at least you got the apology.
Yeah.
Right. But beyond that sort of incident, was there something about the process or the procedure at that Senate that you felt had been breached?
Yeah, that is even one of the major problems. Especially, my grouse is not with the reforms. Nigeria need to be reformed, not only the tax. The government need to be reformed.
The whole country.
The whole country.
Right.
In terms of governance. In fact, in terms of our people, our people's attitude to governance need to be changed through national reorientation. So I support reforms, but the timing is important. Where it will start is more important, because to me, the easiest and the first thing to do is to reform the government. Because government is spending too much money. I came here one time to complain about personnel and overhead cost of the government. We are not employing more. The cost of governance is increasing stupendously. If you look at that and try to save it, even by half, because so far, the spending on personnel and recurrent expenditure of 2024, which has already been expended, for a capital project, the capital site, we did not achieve up to 20%. In November, 28th, you can check that. At best, it may be 30%. That's a big misgovernance.
Yeah.
I have been paid all my salaries and allowances up to November. And so is the officials in government. And we constitute less than 5% of the total population. The time is out. They are going to bring another budget, which I understand is going to run into about 40, 50 trillion. Yet we have not achieved up to 30% execution of the 2024 budget. The 2023 budget is still running. I mean, that is supposed to be the area that we need to fulfill.
I agree. And a lot of people would say
that
the National Assembly is
every time it's National Assembly. And guess what, Charles? We passed the budget hurriedly. Let me use that word. Hurriedly, so that the executive will be given the opportunity to execute it. But up to now, so why the hurry in passing the budget? Why the hurry in passing the reforms? Why the hurry?
You mean in passing the tax reform?
Yes. Why the hurry?
Right.
Why even jump in the process? Why don't you follow the processes?
Yeah, but they would argue that they are following the process.
No, they are not.
Let me just put it, it's just past second reading.
Yeah.
It's going to committee.
Yeah.
And from there, it's going to go for, the public to make their input.
No, it's different. You are looking at it differently, Charles. My quarrel is that yesterday, this issue was not even on the table. And it was not on supplementary order. That was my argument.
You mean the president's coming to the...
No, I'm not bothered with that.
Okay.
That is against Order 12, which Abdul Ningi raised. Right. I was not basing my point of order on that. I was saying that the order of the business says that the order of the business is what the procedure.
Right.
And if there's any other thing that you want to discuss, quickly you bring in supplementary order paper, which they didn't do. And that was wrong. And then you don't lump 4 bills, pass it at one time in 2 hours. Very controversial, very contentious, that have not galvanized national consensus. And already the leaders in the states have already taken a position that it is better to withdraw it.
So my question is, this man's concern is that it was rushed, right? That the bill was rushed. That's his concern. Okay. If you feel so strongly about this, when you people were rushing to approve billions and trillions for Agbado, you were approving helicopter, a new private jet, new private jet, new house, billions for VP, one in Lagos, one in Abuja. There's one they want to do for him in Lagos. You people did not complain. You are not complaining now because it's a tax bill from beer that you people do not drink in the north, that is against your religion. You are here saying that they are rushing. Please make it make sense. We continue.
Then canvass widely and then bring an acceptable document. When you say it's an executive bill, yes, but the governors that are part of it, the states, not even the governors, are part of the executive bill because it affects their interests, and that means it affects my interest.
Yeah, but I mean, there will be a public hearing.
No, that is supposed to come after, before they bring the bill. What I'm talking about now is not about public hearing.
But that doesn't happen with bills generally, does it? I mean, do you go and every bill that comes to you, you sort of run around the place?
That is it. No, we're not. I mean, you're confusing things, Charles, it seems. What I'm saying is under normal circumstances, even such policies and reforms, you even have to say it when you are canvassing for the votes of the citizens. Donald Trump, before his swearing in, he has already talked during his campaign that he's going to reduce taxes. And why is he doing that? Because of inflation, which is global. And here we are, having an inflation rate more than their own. Yet we are trying to tinker.
Yeah, but Mr. Tinubu said he was going to reform the country. I mean,
yes, but not,
Mr. Trump might have said he's going to raise taxes, reduce taxes, but you don't know where he's going to make cuts and all the rest of it in order to make up for the reduction.
No, he's targeting the.
You see what I mean? Well, what I'm saying is that he didn't say all that.
He said it.
Slogans.
No. He said
during
it.
his.
I have been following it, and he said it. He says,
what I'm curious,
he said he's going to go after the big guys, the big companies, and then make money, save money, from them. Like they tax in UK. If you are a billionaire and your income is above that, you pay up to 45% tax.
But what I'm curious is the part of this bill that really irks you, because I mean we've had a lot of people within the community, even some people from northern Nigeria who are members of the National Assembly, who've come to where you're sitting now and said they don't see any problems with it. That in fact, that it is good for the North.
No. I don't want to say that.
Well, let me just make this point very quickly. I'm trying to understand what part of the bill that actually irks you. Is it the bit that deals with, it's the bit that deals with VAT. The government says it will help the poor, improve and streamline tax collection. You're concerned about derivation or lack of consultation, or I mean, I'm trying to understand what is inside that tax reform that really gets your goat.
Therefore, one, and important, is the timing. The timing is wrong. I came here and told you.
Right. When you say timing, what do you mean?
Timing, the time that Nigeria is going through does not warrant talking about any kind of reform that will touch on tax, except if we are going to abolish it.
But the North has been complaining about the fact that a lot of the VAT goes to states where the places are headquartered.
No,
that's why one of the reasons.
No, we're getting to that. Let me tell you, that's part of it, Charles. First, as I told you, is the timing. Nigeria is going through the most difficult time because of inflation, poverty, and our exchange rate, which is tied to dollars, that makes every price of commodity go up. The timing, number one, is wrong. Number two, the issue of derivation, whereby a certain percent of the collection of VAT, especially, or other taxes, will go 60% according to them, and then a certain ratio. That is a big problem too, because it's controversial, because it has to do with constitution. It is contradictory to what they are talking about. And even the classification is something that I read it, and they were arguing that maybe they need to come and educate me.
Well, that's why they came to the National Assembly.
No, it is
to
no.
try and
I said
enlighten and inform.
You see, I look like somebody that is not enlightened?
Yeah, but you're raising questions which they don't think that come from what they feel is
look,
a
Charles,
lack of clear understanding of what they're trying to achieve.
Charles, let's not go into that. I've said it on.
Right, but the president has made it.
Let me land.
Yeah, sure.
There are three
ahead.
problems or four
Right.
with the reforms. Number one is the timing. Number two is the issue of derivation. Number three is the rate of VAT that they intend to increase gradually from the current 7.5%. Ghana here, that are neighbors, are reducing their VAT, and they are trying to engage in industrial reforms instead of tax reforms. These tax reforms can come better. These guys that are in FIRs have shown determination, and they are doing well, especially this young man, Zach. He has raised the tax collection. Why don't you continue blocking the loopholes, collect more, tell Nigerians why you need to centralize it, as they are saying, bit by bit, and we'll say, go ahead, because he has shown
But that's
us.
what he tried to
No,
do.
that is not it. That is not it.
And you didn't want him to come in.
No, I didn't. No, it's not me.
Right, okay.
My argument is not related to that. Even though the observation or the point of order raised by Abdul Ningi, Order 12 of our standing orders, is right. You don't just wake up and admit anybody. Those that can be admitted are clearly satisfied. And then you know that this thing is contentious. Why do you suspend the standing orders and ask these people to come? Because you are in a hurry. Yeah, because many people are trying to be more Catholic than the Pope.
It's like saying, look, I'm really thirsty. And then somebody brings water to you and you say, oh, no, I'm not ready to drink it now.
No.
You're making an argument.
No, that is not it. Let me give you a better example.
Let's bring the people who are in charge of the stuff, who helped design it, let them explain it to you. You should have at least listened to
We are listened. But the example you use is wrong. Let me give you a better one. If you see, somebody has malaria, and the best, the quickest medicine for him is chloroquine, but he's allergic to chloroquine.
I like that. He's allergic to chloroquine.
Yeah. Why would you insist that you give him? If you give him, he will react and he may even die.
Yeah. Well, I think that's an extreme example.
No, it's not.
I don't think it's not quite the example.
It's the example.
Because you make the bill out to be. I mean, if for example, in medicine, they say you've got to have second, third opinions. If a second opinion and a third opinion contradict what the first doctor has said and said, no, you're not going to be allergic to it, then there's a case to be made there.
That's wrong, because who feels it knows it more.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, it's a real muddle. The president has made it clear that this bill is not targeted at anyone or any region, but that it's aimed at helping to develop the country, diversify its sources of income. I mean, you complain about the fact that the country is borrowing so much money to fund whatever it is it wants to do. Tax reform is a necessary thing in this country, isn't it? To diversify the way that Nigeria raises its money and make it less dependent on borrowing.
Charles, I want to be speaking as a common man. If you are collecting more taxes, and this government have done well in collecting more taxes, and the custom also have done well by even superseding their target, then why borrowing? Where is the money that they have over-collected?
Well, you're in charge of oversight.
No,
I should be asking you that.
No, you can't ask.
Well, I mean, you're in the National
Assembly. Because you are
Assembly.
defending that position.
No, I'm not defending it. I'm simply presenting the other side.
No,
I don't defend anybody.
Let's be honest.
I'm just presenting the other side of the argument.
So if we can collect more under this circumstance, and the customs can do better under this circumstance, why don't you encourage them as I said, make sure the loopholes and leakages are blocked.
Well, that's what I'm saying to you. You're a member of the Senate.
Yes.
Your job
My colleagues did
in
ask
the
them.
National Assembly is oversight.
No, my colleagues.
I mean,
I'm not in the chairman of.
No,
finance.
I know, but it's not you. I'm saying collectively. I mean, that's part of the remit of the National Assembly. So for you to come and be asking me that question when I'm just a lay person sitting here,
you asked me,
and you're a senator, you should be telling us why.
You are not asking me. You were defending.
No.
The
I
position.
was simply putting you see, when I'm interviewing you, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah, I'm not a professional. You know better than me.
We have to balance the discussion.
Okay.
I have to put it doesn't mean I support what the other side are saying.
Then you have to clearly
I've
say.
got to put their argument forward in order to present to the audience both sides.
All I'm
you
saying
see what I mean?
is,
and they can make an informed decision.
Yeah, what we are saying, or what I'm saying, is that the executive should concentrate on raising more revenues, blocking leakages, and not to be hurried in borrowing. I said this at one forum, that what makes me feel bad is the involvement of or dependence of IMF and World Bank on our economic policies. That further, enslaves us because it doesn't work. A treatment that you give an Oyibo man may not necessarily work with a black man.
I like that.
And I must be honest with you. When I saw that the World Bank is taking charge, or getting involved.
Well, they're not taking charge. They're not taking charge.
Are you defending the government?
No,
okay, no, but on a serious.
I'm looking at the clock and we're running out.
Okay, fine. But they said day before yesterday, the World Bank offered to help us do our budget. I felt bad because that's the work of the National Assembly.
I agree.
And if we need training for that, or if the executive don't know how to do it, they have to bring it before us. And I think we have more experts that can look at it. Why I say experts is because we are the people that are relating with our citizens.
Well, I think you've made some very good points. And first of all, let me just say that I'm deeply grateful to you for taking the way you look at me sometimes. I wonder.
No, because I honestly, have you ever seen me here except Shagari? I don't know where he is now, but I come here based on invitation of people that I cannot disappoint.
Right. Well, I appreciate
and you are one
that.
of them. Or in fact, you are the first.
I thank you very much indeed, Senator Ali Ndume, for taking the time to talk to us and to be here. I mean, I'm really grateful to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Charles.
Assembly. You've had conversations with different groups and consultations with the governors, the lawmakers, but when you listen to Senator Ali Ndume say, you're in a hurry, why are you such in a hurry that, there needs to be consultation on this bill? What do you say to him? And one wonders, have you been able to identify the grounds of these governors and lawmakers, particularly from the North, who are pushing back against these bills?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me start by saying that Senator Ali Ndume is a highly respected senator. Lawmaker. So we do respect his views and perspectives. And of course, he's not the only one. He's also speaking on behalf of other interested stakeholders who have some concerns. And we think that raising those issues are indeed necessary and desirable for a robust system at the end of the day. It allows us to be able to debate and then ultimately have the best outcome for the country. So it's good, it's positive. I had the privilege of leading a team of more than 100 Nigerians, including over 40 students from 22 universities, including head of internal revenue services from the 6 geopolitical zones, including over 20 government institutions, including trade associations, and the list goes on and on. Intentionally, the composition of the team was made to be representative, diverse, and inclusive, so we don't leave anybody behind. because you can't understand people's perspectives if you are not wearing their shoes. So we ensured that we have that. And the other thing we did was, beyond that, we also had intentional engagement with different sectors, over 40 of them, including Nigerians with disability, including farmers, including Nigerians in the diaspora. So we did all of that. Beyond that, we had one engagement with the Governors Forum.
Yes.
We then wrote to the Governors Forum to say we want to visit at least 6 governors in their states. And we chose one governor per geopolitical zone, so we could go to their states, sit down with them and their cabinet and discuss. In addition to that, we had 2 engagements with the National Economic Council. We had almost a whole day session with the finance commissioners across Nigeria. We've had 4 sessions with the head of the Internal Revenue Services from all the states in Nigeria at different times. So, of course, I recognize that consultation is important. I think it's not a process that has an end. Even after enacting the laws, we need to continue to consult. So we welcome any opportunity to further consult. So in putting these bills together, we were very mindful of where we are today as a country. So there are issues around government revenue and how we are funding our budgets. We spent the past few years in the last administration printing Naira, which is part of why we're having inflation today, and it's pushing people into poverty, and low-income earners are struggling to survive. You need to address that problem. We also are in a position today where small businesses are having to deal with over 60 taxes. Large businesses, many of them are winding down, some are exiting completely. So we can't fold our arms and just hope that everything will be fine. Actually, I think the time we find ourselves now calls for that urgency of intervention. The best time to cut tax rates, to reduce tax burden, to make Nigeria attractive for investment, to encourage small businesses to grow, to protect the most vulnerable people, to exempt low-income earners and minimum wage earners from taxes is today, not tomorrow. So it shouldn't even wait any longer, because there's a sense of urgency at this time.
Indeed. So in all of those conversations, were you able to identify why anybody will push back? I mean, highlighting what you have just reeled out, why will anyone be against the tax bill, particularly the Nigeria tax bill, which consolidates at least 7 bills? I understand about between 5 and 7 bills have been consolidated into the Nigeria tax bill.
By 11.
By 11, which is one of the 4. But this Nigeria tax bill also has the controversial VAT, as I know. So why is it so controversial? What are you trying to change that is so difficult? And Senator Ali Ndume did mention during that conversation that you said you're coming for the big men. Could that be a reason?
So we didn't say we are coming for the big men. We said that the big men need to pay a little bit more. Because if you are exempting minimum wage earners up to about 80,000 Naira per month will be completely exempted. Then people earning about 1.5, 1.6 million Naira per month or less, we see a reduction in their personal income tax, excuse me, and PAYE. If you do all of that, and you do nothing to the guys who earn 100 million Naira, 200 million Naira, you're going to create more problem for government revenue. And when we cannot fund government finances, we have to then borrow or print Naira, and that creates another problem. Even for the richest people that we said should pay a little bit more, it's still one of the lowest rates in the world. If you are paying 25%, personal income tax rates after earning about 100 million Naira per month, you shouldn't complain, because if you were in the US or UK or even South Africa or Kenya, you'll be paying around 40%. So we're not coming for anyone. And for even big businesses, we are cutting their company income tax rate from 30% to 25%. That's significant. So the exemption and the reduction in taxes for individuals is going to cover about 90%, actually more than 90% of workers in both public and private sector. There is no better time to provide that relief to the Nigerian people than now. The exemption threshold we've created and proposed for small businesses would exempt 97% of small businesses from almost all the burdens of taxes, from withholding tax to VAT. Corporate income tax rate for now will be 0%. They won't have to worry about PAY, because almost all the employees will earn less than the minimum threshold. So they need that relief. And then harmonizing taxes so there are few of them that are broad-based, easy to collect. And rewriting our tax laws that are, many of them are older than anybody living today, that is alive today. We can't continue to operate those laws. And also we have opportunities for our young people that we are not able to harness now because we have bad laws and bad policies. For example, to hire a Nigerian to work for you within the international business outsourcing procedures or processes is not attractive. So nobody will do that. So why don't we amend the law now so the young people can find work and earn foreign currency? So honestly, the issues that is creating, like, to your question, is really the VAT.
Yes.
Because our proposal is that I think many people are not familiar with what is being done currently. So as we speak today, VAT is distributed among states based on 20% derivation, 50% equality of states, and 30% based on population. That derivation of 20% is based on where remittances are made, usually head office locations. And for most companies, the large ones, their head offices are in Lagos. So Lagos gets that benefit to the disadvantage of almost every other state. We thought we should correct that. Then number two, you have states like Lagos and Rivers State that are in court already, trying to get the Supreme Court to pass a judgment that says VAT should be administered by states. The law should be enacted by the House of the Assembly of a State, and we know that will be chaotic. So why are they planning to do that? Because they feel that they are not getting enough for the contribution that they make. So we thought, correct the derivation so that it recognizes the consumption based on every state, and then allow every state to keep at about 60% of their contribution so that nobody has the motivation to go and get a Supreme Court judgment that says VAT is now a state tax. That's the first thing. So the second thing is to ensure that the way we calculate that VAT derivation recognizes the contributions of every state so that every state, in addition to getting more of what they contribute, we have the incentive to want to promote economic activities within their jurisdiction. I think the bottom line is, the way I see it, is there's the lack of trust, even within government, between states and local government, between state and federal government. So that's why people, in my view, are just suspicious. They say, oh, is there something they're not telling us? So meanwhile, we're doing this, just trying to do what is best for the whole country. And we're not looking at any regions. We think everybody will benefit.
Okay, there are those who have brought up the issue of equity, which also your reform is trying to address. Besides issues such as the North isn't producing as much, they've been bedeviled by insecurity. Some people have even limited this conversation to alcohol consumption and destruction versus agricultural produce. So if you can explain that further to explain where the equity comes in here. And, you know, speaking to what you've just said, I wonder why Lagos even agreed. Lagos should be the one throwing tantrums, but Lagos agreed. Yet the North is not agreeing. But speak to that conversation about the equity. Where is the equity in all of this?
Yeah, I don't think it's about whether Lagos agreed. I think Lagos is just more understanding. Because for them, if you do the correction, they'll lose out. But if you increase the amount you share based on derivation, they get a bit of that back. So the impact of them should be moderate. But in terms of the equity, so again, this is why it's important to always speak to data. So people would say, well, they don't allow alcohol in the North, they don't allow tobacco, and then they're sharing the VAT. But guess what? The contribution of tobacco, alcohol to VAT is less than 3%, just about 2-point-something%. So it's
very minimal.
It's minimal. That's the first point. The second point is, when it comes to food, we have more food production coming from the North, and food is exempt from VAT. Our proposal is going to make it zero VAT, so you even remove any traces of VAT at all. But for us, we said, why are we recognizing the contribution of every state based on the VAT we've collected, rather than the production that they have made? So there's no law by the United Nations or anybody that says you must count the VAT. We're saying, why don't we count the value of the production? So that becomes the derivation, which we then use as a basis to share the VAT. And this is the most equitable and fair approach that you can even think of. Because take Benue, for example, they produce a lot of food. We said, don't charge VAT on food so that people can be able to afford it. Why do you then punish Benue for producing food for us to eat? If you get to a point where states are enacting their VAT law, Benue will be forced to put VAT on food, and all of us will be in trouble, particularly the poorest people. So we feel that the approach is going to help. And it's not correct when people say that there's no production in the north. That's not what the data is showing us. The largest items that contribute to VAT in Nigeria are telecommunication, you have cement, you have sugar. These items, soft drinks, these items are, in most cases, more heavily consumed in the north, more than even the south. You have a fair share of that distribution across Nigeria. So we want it to be a regional conversation because it is not. That's not what the data is showing us. But in addition to that, we have this 5% that we ask the federal government to cede to states. And we believe that can be available as a stabilization transfer to ensure that any state that has significant shortfall in their revenue as a result of our proposal can then be compensated from that stabilization fund.
In other words, the federal government takes 10% as against the
Instead
current
of
15% they're getting.
Yes.
But let me ask you, I mean, the bills passed second reading on the floor of the Senate today. It's not yet Uhuru. It's a long journey to go. What do you envisage as it enters the public hearing stage? Do you envisage a situation where perhaps you'll be forced to change, what you anticipated for these bills? And no bill is really perfect. Given the pushbacks you've seen, are there sections of this law's bill that you can retweak? And what aspects would those be?
To be honest, we are not insisting on anything. We have no rights or powers to even insist on anything. It is the powers of the lawmakers to make laws. We only just propose to them. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we believe that we owe it to explain what we're trying to do, what we have proposed, and the basis for those proposals. That's why we're very happy and grateful to the Senate and the House of Representatives for giving us those opportunities to explain. At the end of the day, if they consider all the inputs and they think otherwise, we're okay with whatever final positions they come up with. We have spent significant amount of time with the private sector. We had a session last week with CFOs and tax consultants. We had over 3,000 people attended, and we did a survey after explaining the sessions to CFOs and the tax consultants, and the approval was 100%. So these are the most knowledgeable stakeholders when you talk about CFOs and the tax consultants, and they are very excited about these proposals. So you don't want to go against the will of the people when the reforms will help the majority of your citizens. I think anybody should embrace it. And if we need to explain anything, we're happy to do that.
In 1 minute, because we need to go. In terms of Naira and Kobo, because the bottom line is we are seeking to increase revenue in a structured, efficient way. So in Naira and Kobo terms, what is this reforms going to bring to Nigeria? And the most important question for any Nigerian is, how do you ensure that the revenue you generate from all of this is justified in spendings for the benefit of Nigerians?
So the primary objective for the reform is not to generate more revenue. More revenue will come as a consequence of a reform that allows economic activities to grow.
Because we've created the environment, so there'll be more revenue.
Exactly, So I don't want people to live with the impression of we're trying to extract more from them. We're actually reducing their tax burden. So at the end of the day, our expectation is that by fixing all those problems, including wasteful incentives, the ones that are even distortionary, if you take all of that away, you preserve your revenue, and then you allow businesses to grow, and then you can create more revenues in the process. So if you want to put numbers to it, the target we have is we move from around 10% of tax to GDP ratio today to about 18% over the next 2 to 3 years. And if you want to put that into Naira terms, you are looking at taxes in the region of 45 to 50 trillion Naira a year in terms of what we should get to. And that will help us reduce the budget deficit and be able to finance infrastructure. And to the other part of your question, we also have a national fiscal policy that now outlines how we should spend our money, ensuring that we prioritize what is most important to our people, particularly the reason why they're in multidimensional poverty, which is health, education, living standard, employment, and security. So we've made that communication very clear to the governors, Mr. President, the ministers, and we're working a framework now to even transform our budget so it focuses on what is most important to our people. So people should get value for their money going forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. We do appreciate your time. We know it's been a busy one.
Now, wow. Okay. Okay. So it's making sense. It's making sense. Our voices with internet can't stop cleaning from jump. Hey, and then you find a gum chamber. Who believes in cartels which he controls? Only the subjects lower rank military guys. Omo, I don't know. So now feel say all this row when Ndume they do now, it's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna move a needle. Now, wow. Hey, we are in for a long ride. Oh my god. Are you serious? So he's gonna do, because like you guys corrected me, right? He T-Pain got his aircraft in spite of the, not the National Assembly not agreeing, he still got it. God. We are in trouble, though. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. This is so sad. Nigerians don't understand the kind of politics that these people are playing is dangerous politics. We are in trouble, oh. Nigerians are in trouble, not be me. Me, I'm not in trouble. I'm not in trouble. And the sad part is that, the privileged ones in Nigeria, they are okay. So they don't even talk. Even if the whole thing collapses, they are going to still be able to afford their lifestyles and do whatever they want to do. Nobody is speaking up for the normal, regular person. They just view everything from their own privileged eyes. Now, some people will say, oh, I think I was somebody shared a video with me where the person was saying that, that it's not as bad as things are, that why do we, in fact, I had a friend call me like, oh, she's extremely privileged. This friend of mine is extremely extra privileged. So most of the things that we are seeing and talking about, they don't see it. All these issues that are happening on the ground, they don't experience it. Their lives are very secure. They live in gated, residential areas, high end for that matter. They travel every weekend. Please, will you experience it? If anything happens to her, she has access to the topmost medical facilities in Nigeria, private topmost, that some of these physicians from all over the world come to once in a while to come and do some work. That's what she has access to. So when you talk about, when I was talking to her about, civil, what's it called, your rights as a citizen, what you need to do, I beg, not to they make noise. I beg, no hear word. That's what she said to me. I beg, not to they make noise. No, too much. Now Nigeria and I was fast. Where you they stay, where every other person is staying. Is it healthy? I beg you, that there are problems everywhere. Now what we are facing, it's everywhere. I said, okay, for instance, I said, does everybody have access to electricity in Nigeria? Hey, she said, I beg you, yes. That if you can afford it. If you can't afford it, why do you need it? I said, look at what you are saying. If you can afford it, why don't you have it? Just hear yourself. Hear yourself. If you can afford it, is that how it is when you travel out? Is that how, even if you go to the poorest places in the West, there's electricity. There's energy for them. They have heating. It's only maybe somebody runs out, maybe you don't have a job, you can't make up your bills, then it's different. But Nigerians don't even have that. That opportunity is not even there. Eh? She said that the way they structure the electricity, they have them in levels, like in stratas. If you belong to this group, you get electricity, 24/7. If you're not, I'm like, what kind of strata are you talking about? You guys are even doing classism on top of basic need electricity. What is strata? What is strata? What is you belong to this group? If you belong to that, I'm like, does that even make sense to you? Anyway, now the one me know I dey do wetin I sabi. Shit, I go only do the one I fit do. When I hear on our president, he say he dey very happy to partner with France on security issues for Nigeria. Una hear? Aha! Mona know, Mona understand, because there are things going on behind the scenes that you guys are not aware of. Just know that there are things going on behind the scenes that you're not aware of, because at the end of the day, this Macron man, all of them, they get wetin dey plan. Their plan is sinister. They not send una papa, they not send any of una. They want to collect, they claim the property when they leave behind, they want to collect am. They wan use Nigeria as the middle to achieve all those things. If everybody now sit down look the monkey business, na here we go dey now. Enjoy your privileged lives in Nigeria. Those of you that are privileged, that can afford to buy and do whatever and travel, continue to enjoy it. Continue. I don't know. It's crazy, honestly. When I think am, I go say, now wow, Nigeria again for that matter. What do we do? What do we do? Is this not madness? Is this not madness? Like I said, yes, it's a number game. If the opposition is tied, then Ndume may be able to move some of the northern senators to stop it. The problem is that they do not do voting there. Are you serious? They don't vote in the Senate. So how do they pass things? So now lip service now. They all use mouth. Oh God, Osun, what a shame. What a shame, man. It's so embarrassing. Oh my God, it's so embarrassing. They just say hi, nay. God. Hey, see, oh my God, that is shame. I say those who are for say aye. If you are against, nay. Hey, without any electronic voting to actually know what the senators have. I'm telling you, it's never reached time for people to get. Meanwhile, these people have iPhones. If you go check all the senators and representatives, now all of them, they use the most advanced technology, their phone. They don't, even on the phone, you can do voting, simple voting on the phone. They don't do that one because they want to continue to cheat and get away with rubbish. So when they say, some people will say nay, they will not count those ones. So that means they will cut off some people that said nay. How will you know that they cut off of some people? You won't know because it's not written. What is not written, there's no evidence. That's what Nigerians are doing. That's what your senators are doing. They just make sure that there's no evidence, there's no paper trail. That's what they do. What kind of life is this? And you have 80-year-olds as senators, 90-year-olds still be stuck in the 1970s and 60s that don't want to move. They don't want to move. They don't want anything to move unless they move it. And it's all about greed. Now, greed. That's all they are concerned about. I don't understand. This is crazy, my people. This is absolutely crazy. So let's listen to what Rufai say. Me, I don't care what the other guys say. If you find me, I'm playing it. Let me see. Okay. Yeah.
It was a fierce contest of ideas in the Senate at Wednesday's plenary after some northern senators vehemently opposed attempts to invite tax experts into the chamber to brief lawmakers on the controversial tax reform bills. After being ruled out on 3 separate attempts to stop the impromptu exercise, the northern senators, including Senator Ali Ndume, stormed out of the chamber. They only returned after being persuaded by their colleagues. Arise correspondent Omar Bazwaye has more.
Trouble started after the Senate leader Okoyemi Bamidele asked the Senate to suspend his rules and allow visiting tax experts, including the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, into the chamber during Wednesday's plenary. The Senate leader instantly followed with Order 1B, which allows the Senate to regulate its own procedures.
The essence of this is for them to come and speak to the integrity of the tax reform bills and to also enable our colleagues ask questions.
Instantly, the first opposition came from Senator Abdul Ningi from Bauchi Central, who points out that the privilege cannot be extended to the tax experts and that they should be invited to brief the Committee on Appropriations instead.
I don't see anywhere whereby the senators should allow these people to come here and make the kind of interactions they so want. However, committees of the Senate and Appropriation can invite for the interaction of this manner.
But presiding Deputy President of the Senate, Barao Jibril, swiftly intervened, trying to impress it on Senator Ningi that the waiver being sought for the drafters of the tax reform bills is to allow them speak openly to Nigerians about the tax bills and end once and for all the contentious aspects of the proposed tax bills. He then ruled Senator Ningi out of order, admitting the motion from the Senate leader to allow the guests in.
We should also educate ourselves about the bill, and in that respect, the motion has been moved by the leader and seconded by my majority leader. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Not satisfied, Senator Ali Ndume fired the next salvo to stop the visitors from being allowed on the grounds that the item is not listed on the order paper, and as such, violates Senate business rules.
Mr. President, you will have your way, but I can have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice. This thing is very sensitive. Our people have been dominated by this matter.
Senator Ndume was also ruled out of order. But moments later, Ndume returned, asking the presiding officer to withdraw the use of words against him and apologize.
You sitting there to say it's rhetorics, I think it's very unfortunate, and you should apologize.
It's not an offense. Nobody used that against you. In the context it was used, it wasn't used against you. It was a general statement. I therefore rule out of order.
Again, Ndume was ruled out of order, and he was seen packing his stuff to leave. He was prevailed upon to stay back, even as the Senate proceeded on the briefing by the tax reform team. Omo Bazwai, Arise News.
All right, then. So we were live, I think it was on Newsday yesterday, when we saw this fireworks in the Senate breakout. And, the tax reform bill in itself, of course, represent a pivotal moment for Nigeria's fiscal policy, with the potential to modernize the tax system to provide relief for vulnerable populations. However, we're seeing this procedural controversies in the Senate, I believe, highlighting the need for an improved legislative transparency and the adherence to rules. I understand in a way, where Senator Ndume is coming from. But however, when we look at everything that's currently happening in Nigeria, you would expect that in a situation where they're introducing this new tax reform bill, which has gotten some pushback and some criticism, you would expect expect that the Senate, you know, the National Assembly would want to hear directly from the horse's mouth so that they can, you know, understand exactly how these tax reform bills actually affect, you know, the everyday citizen. So even though there's a rule in the Senate that says, oh, you know, they can't be admitted directly, I would expect that there would have been an exception just because we are at a state in this country where we really need to figure out what we're doing next. I'd like to know your thoughts, Doctor, starting with you, of course.
Okay. Well, first, let me deal with the issue that occurred yesterday at the Senate. There have been controversies over the reform of the tax ecosystem in Nigeria, particularly with the fiscal policy team, Presidential Committee on Taxation and Fiscal Policy, led by Taiwo Oyedele and also supported by Dr. Zach Adedeji, with some of the states, you know, most of the states saying that they disagree with the reform of taxation. Now, when President Tinubu set up that committee, the basic principle is that there is a need to address issues of tax administration, tax management in this country. Because you recall, Wale Edun, as coordinating minister of the economy, had told us severally that the issue here is not about increasing taxation to punish the people. It's about creating a more efficiency framework for tax collection and revenue collection. And I think that was the original programmatic position of the government that led to the setting up of the Taiwo Oyedele Committee. Now, the Taiwo Oyedele Committee completed its assignment and made a number of recommendations on the basis of which the president sent, you know, proposals to the National Assembly. Then there was the kickback, the pushback by the Northern Governors Forum, who said, this would affect them negatively. And the Northern Governors Forum directed senators, lawmakers in the National Assembly to kick against the bill. The second thing is that, you know, some state governors also said, no, they were against the bill and they didn't want it. Now, what you have seen here, you know, is just real politics between the states and the federal government. But I think also that the Tinubu administration has tried to show that it's more clever at the game. And it tried to, you know, explain the matter to the National Assembly, on the basis of which a team was sent to the National Assembly, led by, well, I don't know who led the team, represented by, you know, Zach Adedeji, chairman FIRS, that's the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Taiwo Oyedele, who, you know, spearheaded the tax reform and who knows the subject anyway, given his professional expertise, and also Tanimu Yakubu, the Director General of the Budget Office. Now they showed up in the Senate, and all this argument about northern senators saying no, Order 12 was against the rule. I think it was Aline Dume who said that the matter was not listed in the order paper for the day. And he said it was also a violation, along with Abdul Ningi, senator, you know, saying that there has been a violation of is it section 12 or whatever, of the Senate rules. Now, the thing to note here is that both Senator Ningi and Senator Ndume, these are two northern senators who have a grouse against either the Senate itself or also, to add to it, to the Tinubu administration. But I don't want to comment further on that. That may look like getting into their politics. But for me personally, I think it's good to see that for once, we even see these senators disagreeing, not behaving like a rubber stamp assembly and arguing over something. But what are they arguing about? I think Taiwo Oyedele, the man who led the process of reform, you know, explained it more properly. And I would think that it's important to focus more on the intelligence that he provided, and then supported by Zach Adedeji. What did Taiwo Oyedele say? Taiwo Oyedele said, in fact, what has happened in the tax reforms that they have done is, one, to make sure that there's equity, fairness, and justice. That the poor and the vulnerable of Nigeria, if you earn between 50,000 and 70,000 naira, you will not have to pay tax. If you earn up to about 100 million, all these big people, you know, in our society, then you have to pay up to about 25%, as is done in other jurisdictions, particularly the United States. That's one. So in other words, the reform is to help the poor. Number two, one of the four bills is saying that another look will be taken at the, the VAT distribution arrangement. The federal government used to get 15%. They are proposing the federal government should get 10%. States should get 35%. No, states should get an additional 5%, and then local governments should get 35%. Another thing is that every state should earn, in terms of VAT collection, according to the consumption of its people. That is the equity that Oyedele was talking about. In other words, sales tax is what states can collect. Sales tax, not import tax, not other taxes that are due to the federal government. In other words, this is about reform coming from a government and administration that says it is reform-minded. The ethnic angle that people have put into it, the territorial angle that people have put into it, is where the controversy comes from. And the sum of the presentation by Zach Adedeji and Taiwo Oyedele is that this is a tax reform that will help Nigerians. Now, I think it's important that the Senate, the National Assembly, takes a look at these reforms, but to take a position that they are resistant to change and that you cannot change the tax situation in Nigeria is, inadvisable. And they should not play politics with tax. Taxation and tax administration haven't been a major problem in this country, even since colonial times.
Sephora at Kohl's has the best selection of holiday gifts at any price point. See what's new from your favorite brands, the hottest beauty trend.
Okay, so the truth is there were about 4 bills. Barring anything, the Senate will pass that tax bill, and it's as good as a done deal. Because yesterday, after all the Order 12 rule book scenario that Ali Ndume and Ningi tried to do to be able to disrupt the people coming in, and it was because the likes of Taiwo Oyedele and Zacchaeus Adedeji and the likes were coming in to the place to come and make clarification and explanation, and that's why they put that forward. So once, kudos to Bamidele, MOB, and other senators out there that stood their ground, and also Jibrin Barao, that stood his ground. Because you see, you cannot have an argument in the Senate, and real dramatics personnel in that argument are not made to come and enunciate their views. It is only fair to hear all sides. So I didn't support that drama by Ndume yesterday. Yes, I know what he's talking about, the rule book. But for us to be able to get clarity as regards the tax matters, you should be able to allow the likes of them Oyedele to be able to come into the hall, and they will be grilled, and they'll be able to make their presentation. And maybe like he knew that their presentation was going to sway people yesterday, that's why he was, saying all of that to try to block it, but it was overruled by Barao. And their presentation did sway a lot of people yesterday. And that's what has happened as regards this tax, law. The 4 bills there are very clear. What are some of the components of this bill? It's going to deal a lot with corporate taxing. Yes, 15% will be taxed for profits for corporations, but also this tax rule is very sensitive enough to understand that business make losses. So all the minimum tax threshold that businesses are ought to pay when they make losses will not be paid. And which is a welcome development, because we keep talking about the fact that government doesn't provide for a lot for businesses. And when they have problems, even in their losses, you are haggling them with all sorts of taxes. And that's a welcome development. Secondly, he talked about the fact that the tax is one for the poor. And he was empirical in his fact. He said those that earn about 1 million threshold, which is one of the highest in Africa, will not pay taxes. So those that earn cumulatively 800,000 naira a year, plus an extra 200,000 they pay for rent, will not pay, that income tax threshold. But obviously, those that earn higher will be able to pay higher on the income tax threshold. But my grounds has always been, hope all what we collect in these taxes, we use it to subsidize life for the poor. Because that's the way it works in other countries. But in this country, the rich gets richer, they don't even pay taxes. I think the very first person that tried to have conversations about taxation in recent time was the former Minister of Finance, when the one that was, Kemi Adeosun, and she made a very startling revelation that says not up to, in a country where they say a lot of billionaires, not up to 100 people pay over 20 million naira income taxes in this country.
One thing that I'll tell anybody that has an open pending personal injury claim, it's important to be an advocate for yourself.
And it was a big revelation when they made that revelation there. And we see a lot of private jets here and there and all of that. This was the same country that a leader once said, oh, the fact that the country is growing was because there was a lot of private jets owned by Nigerians somewhere. But the truth has to be said, people were not paying their fair share in taxes. So that point now has been clarified. Also, it goes further to talk about the VAT, which is a contentious, and I get the argument from most parts, a certain part of this country. Because we have not seen a great production and consumption threshold from that part. This is the same part where we hear that some religious police destroy a lot of alcohol. And alcohol presents about 2% to the VAT. And you destroy that. So if you do not consume effectively, you cannot get your equitable share for not consuming in the tax system. So it's only clear and clear. I even think, and kudos to Taiwo Edele, I might disagree with him on another thing. I even think to a large extent, this will spur a great deal of consumption. So governors in these states that are not meeting the threshold of consumption will buckle up and be able to ensure they create consumption. And how can they do it easily? Tourism potentials. There are many tourism potentials in the north that has not been tapped into. I mean, I don't know why today, around the Mambela Plateau area, cable cars have not been built. They can't build resort hills and mountains around the Mambela area. That will be able to bring in a lot of influx of people, and it will bring about tourism potential. Look at the Yankari Games reserves. Look at other natural resources. So it's about spurring productivity in this area. And most importantly, he talked about harmonization of creation of new tax offices and all of that, and harmonization of the hitherto existing bills. I think for further reading, a lot of Nigerians will also go and study the bill even better. But barring any last-minute changes, it's going to go through in the Senate. And this is another win for President Tinubu. And in terms of consultation, give it to Taiwo Oyedele. He made his wide consultation. People were represented on this body. He's been at this since his administration started. And let us only see. See, any tax bill obviously will be up for reviews. If people have other considerations, they should be able to itemize this consideration and put in the review when it finally pushes on. I rest my case this morning.
I don't know if you should listen to this other one. No? Hey, you say 99% of those who are against tax reform will not have. Let's see who the people that are against. Let me listen to the opposing side. Mr. Obiboze, please, I know that you're busy. Did you want to talk now before I play the video? I don't want to.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I just give because this tax is troubling.
No problem. I completely understand. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening. It's the problem with this government is propagandas and lies. When you read that tax bill, right, in the same country, it's a good thing. But I pose one argument to these people, including Rufai. Today in Nigeria, right, they said it is mandatory for children to go to school. Did you hear anywhere they make that argument in respect of this tax? You see, why we are not paying taxes? You put water for yourself, you build electricity for yourself, you send your children to school for yourself, everything, you do it by yourself. Nigerians, if you people agree to this tax bill, you are finished. You are completely finished. I am telling you this. It is in Nigerian constitution that a child must attend basic education, which is primary and the secondary school. And yet, we are paying for primary and secondary school. How can people who are paying for primary and secondary school be talking about 15% tax? And I listened to that man. He said, with time, it's going to go as high as 40%. You know, they can come up with all these buzzwords to confuse people. My concern is the education, especially primary and secondary school. That's my concern. Because if people start paying this, what is 800,000? Can you use 800,000 or 1 million to feed your family for 3 months?
Oh, yeah.
So when we talk about this, people are clapping for all this nonsense, right? But the fundamentals, we never ask questions. The first thing Nigerians need to do is to ask them, where is our place in education, primary and secondary school? I don't care about university. I don't care about university, because if you can get basic education, if you cannot do anything, you go and learn handwork. That will help you.
That's true.
But the primary and the secondary school, when you've taken all this money through tax, which money are we going to use to pay for this education? Because I pay the both primary and secondary school fee, school fee throughout my life. I never enjoyed anything free.
And me too. Yeah.
Listen, back then, Kanu have system whereby if you're an indigent, you don't pay. But we who are not indigents, we do pay. So can you imagine that? Because if that is the law, that children must go get education, primary and secondary school, right? The federal government must make sure that all states, primary and secondary school, should be free. This is how it operates where I am today. I don't know in America, but in the UK, primary and the secondary school is free. And that's why everybody is happy when they're paying tax. Because you don't have to think if you're going to raise money to pay your child school fee. This is the only reason why I'm yearning to come on here. Because if Nigerians make this mistake, who do they consult? The same elites. The same elites. So if ordinary man on the street,
CEO agreed to it at Showore, and I'm wondering why he agreed to the tax.
When you Showore?
Showore, Peter Obi, he said Peter Obi agreed, said yes to it. Peter Obi and who else? Is it Atiku or
You see, yeah. This is what I mean, right? When Peter Obi said yes, right? Go and remind him about this education. What are they going to do with the tax? Peter Obi can go there and say, yeah, because I know he have a passion for education, right? He have a passion for so many things, which he can, if he is allowed, he can make sure that those money goes towards those things. We have seen it in Anambra State, okay? We've seen it. So if he collects that money, first of all, is that education. Is that, you see, I am not worried about any other thing other than that primary and secondary school education, because that is the foundation. That is the foundation. And I guarantee you this, yeah? If they start collecting this money, because you see this government, you can't run away from them. You can't hide. They must make sure they collect it. And when they collect it, which money are you going to use in sending your children to school? We're talking about numbers out of school children. We're talking about numbers, high numbers. And they want to push it down south even the more.
Exactly.
Because what will happen is children will be children will be hawking on the street. That's it.
Yep.
Please, whoever that is listening, please, when they go on public hearing, let us reject this completely until they tell us how much will be going to education and guarantee us that all states must make primary and secondary school free. If they do that, let them collect any amount, we will pay. And I support that. It's not about widening the tax system. When you widen it, the money you get, because listen, you see this they are talking about, right? If they put it into play, Nigeria is going to be rich. But the same rich, you played a video of the one of the community member in Port Harcourt describing what has been going on in NNPC. People who cannot be transparent, you are trying to give them opportunity to collect people's money.
They don't
Come on,
even
man.
know who they are. They are
Come
not
on,
part
man.
of the community.
Come on, man. You know when I was listening, when I was listening to that man in the morning, right? He said to Abati and Rufai that if they go out there to do this, they will allow them in. But normally they don't allow. NNPCL don't allow nobody to come. Journalists to come in there.
Yeah.
What kind of country is that? Yeah. What kind of country is that? This is the same country whereby they're gonna collect this tax. Nobody will know or ask question. What are you using this money for?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you want to ask me. Then so they'll take on speaking English.
So how can all these people supporting this? Like I said, I haven't read it all, right? But try to read that. You'll be marveled because the way they put it, right? The collection, all the gaps. You know how it works in America. Yeah.
It will be vague. They won't want to put everything there because they don't want anything found out. They will leave a lot of loopholes.
They don't even need to leave a loophole. Yeah. You see, the same way they make our laws is the same way they're gonna make it.
Absolutely.
So that when you challenge them, it's just like when they say, electronic transfer of results, right? We did not know. We are over happy. We did not know that INEC have to decide that.
We know another plan.
That's a lot of lacunas they will put there. That's what it is. It's the lacunas they will put there because they know if they start acting, people will challenge them. And if you challenge them, you go to court, they tell you lose. Simple. Technicalities. So my concern, please, Nigerians, let them, we are not saying don't pass this law, right? But let them, first of all,
put things in place.
Put things in place, please. It is very, very important. If we miss this opportunity, I don't know. I know how many people that doesn't concern me that have paid their school fees today. I don't know them from anywhere. Because this thing we're saying, we don't understand how it's going to affect. Because each time tax go up, it affects your purchasing power. It affects everything.
Exactly.
Everything will go high. So how can you buy books, pay your school fees? Even the school fee will go up.
Of course. They are screaming now that people are pulling their kids out of school. This time there'll be nobody left in school.
I know when I heard the news, it has passed second reading. I was just praying for anybody from the civil society that understands what this means to raise the alarm, because what this is gonna cost, the cost of this is millions and millions out of school children.
Yeah,
that's what it's gonna be.
Especially in the South.
You see, You see how universities was a luxury, right? That's how primary and secondary school is gonna be. We're gonna return back to the 60s and the early 70s when if you go to families, you find one or two that is educated. That's it. That's what it's gonna be. When I say educated, not like then, not like then, because now, like I said, the primary and the secondary school is very, very important. And once people start dropping out from primary and secondary school, Nigeria is finished. I tell you this. I don't know how. You say this tax video you played and that refinery.
Yeah.
You see those two videos. Those are the two videos that were that is supposed to tell Nigerians exactly where we are, because we are not in a good place at all. Imagine NNPC. You see, I don't even know. I watched that, live. I was so angry with the. I've forgotten that lady that was calling the man to stop when he was trying to tell them the corruption in there.
Yeah.
She was calling him and calling him. I watched this live. I was so angry. I used to like her. But today, I said, no. Even if time has finished, even if the time has finished, you have your earpiece with the producer. You tell the producer, look, this is a very important point this man is making to Nigerians. Because it's all about Nigerians. It's all about you. People are watching you because they believe in your content. If your content starts to get watered, people will run away from you. It's as simple as that. You see, I mean, I don't know how to say this. You heard what is it called? Abate asked the guy. We are talking about important things. You are asking him about his community. A man who have told you that these people came, they don't even know anybody from your community. You are asking him about the economic of your community. Are you being carried along and you ask it? I mean, sometimes I just get mad when I watch these people live. When I watch them live, because when I watch them live, I pay serious attention. But when I watch them after, like if I'm not live to see that. If I'm watching that video, I'm not paying much attention. But you see that live because I want to get the details of the conversation. And Abati is asking him the impact on his community. Which community? Which?
It's a distracting question.
I think he's been coaching that lady. I think. You know what I was thinking when that lady was saying, asking that man to stop, right? I was thinking she's afraid of Abati. That's all my own this thing, In Nigeria, look at somebody.
Is Oji back? I'm not.
No, I think she. What happened to her that day? Listen, let's forget the fact that she handled it excellently, right? But I tell you, Oji was crying. Oji was crying in her. You see, Oji was crying in her mind. You understand what I'm saying?
Try for scatter everywhere. Therefore, it can't be me. Oh my God! My voice for don't raise for the channel. I go say who you be.
No, but if you remember you're a professional, those kind of things happens to us.
I go say who you be. Now that you be, not be God. I go tell her, everywhere go shut down.
Most of them. You see, most of them you see believe we are Africans and we should have respect for our elders, right? Even when they are doing wrong, I know many people have issues with that, like sometimes when I'm talking to an elder, I'm telling them straight, don't expect respect from me. You have to earn it. If you don't earn it, you're not getting it from me. Because how do you demonstrate to me that you are my elder? How?
What impact have you made as an elder?
No, even if you don't make any impact, but at least respect yourself. You don't expect me to say something that is wrong, and you want me to admit that is right. No, that's not being an elder to me. That's not being an elder to me. And I got into so many troubles with that kind of thinking. But till tomorrow, I will still be doing it because I keep telling people the problem with Africa is that elderly system of government. You see that elderly system of government? That is the problem in Africa, where a child is not allowed to ask questions.
Exactly.
And yet they're telling you that this is your future. You are the future of that country.
That's why the country is the way it is, because the young ones don't have a voice. They've been beaten down.
Yeah, that's what it is. Right from beginning, right from day one. How many of us ask their parents questions? Because that's where it starts. That is where it starts. Sometimes my kids will ask me some question here, and I will say, "It to say na Nigeria we there, you go collect come." You get what I'm saying? So this is exactly why those things. And when the children ask you question here, right? Even if you don't want to give them the full answer, when you go get out of their sight, I'm telling you, you remember your childhood.
Exactly.
That's how it happens to me. There's some questions they will ask me, right? Some of them, I can't, in actual sense, I can't freely tell them how it is. You know, there's some shortcuts you need to take. Then after I say, oh, if they allow us to get this kind of distance, some of us would have been powerful and great because that's what it is. So, in my closing touch, I know people are hearing from you, people are listening to you. Please, where is even Harun Agoro? You need to bring him up. You need to, but
the man they do it thing they go. You know. Say when you're not ready. That's what he said. He said when you're not ready. Una know wetin I will not go to talk with that. Say because you don't tell himself say you know go to talk for Nigerian matter again because he never see docile people like this before. Since they won't make madness continue.
It's hurting.
Yeah,
it's hurting. It's hurting.
There was something that happened, and it was very like I forgot what happened, what event took place. He came out, he said yes, he supports it. Let everywhere come down to the ground. He came out. That was the only time he did the video and went back. The man is disappointing. I'm not gonna lie. It's just that there's this thing inside of me that will not let me keep quiet. And many times I don't want to come on. I'm like, Nigeria is the same thing, different day, just the same thing, back to back. People are being traumatized. And then you hear the most privileged ones among say, oh, there's nothing happening. Nigeria is Nigeria, as long as you can afford it. Is that how it's supposed to be? Is it only when you can afford it? What about the ones who can't? Don't you think those are the ones that cannot afford? Those are the ones that become problem later, that make the place unlivable for you. It's okay for you, but what about the common person? What about that person in the village? That cannot buy food again. People that used to go to farm to feed themselves, even if there's no money, they can't afford to do that again. Make that make sense. It's not just when it is good for you alone. You have to think about the smallest person. How is the smallest person faring? If the smallest person around you is not faring well, then there's a problem. There's a problem. It's not about whether you can afford it. Yes, you can. But what about the smallest people? Those are the ones who turn around and become a problem, a huge problem for tomorrow, for your children. Because you don't know where your children are going to go. And your grandchildren. Do you want to leave mayhem to them because you are okay? You think the world is always going to remain like this? You think you're going to always have access like you have? Everything is going to turn around. You don't know where your children or your grandchildren are going to find themselves someday. And sometimes I think about it, I'm like, what? We're very selfish people. I'm sorry. Nigerians are extremely, some of us in the diaspora, we're very, and the ones that are privileged in Nigeria, they are the most selfish of them all. As long as they can afford to hop all over the world, they have a passport, they can live in the best places in Nigeria, and all of that. That's all they care. They don't think about the smallest person. They are not worried that this thing is brewing. They don't say, oh, no. I was talking to a friend of mine. I was sharing with people. I think I shared it a few minutes ago. She was telling me, oh my, yeah, beggy, because she watches my channel. I'm sure she's listening now, because I told her I was going to say it, right? I'm going to say it to my people. She probably is laughing. She said, oh my, yeah, beggy, leave that thing. You people, you are blowing it out of proportion. Nigeria. I say, really? So you look at what's going on and you don't see a problem. You don't see the fact that they buy gas at this amount before you are not buying it at this amount. Because you're very privileged. You live in highbrow area. You have a fantastic job that takes you all over the world. You don't see the suffering of the common person. They come through that airport. They see the stench. They see the look of hunger on people's faces.
You know why the somebody can say like that? Because it's most of this attitude. I don't blame some of us because we never know any other way to live than just mind yourself, because that is how you and I was brought up. The government simply brought us up in that way. You get up, your parents is struggling to pay your school fee, get water, get light, get everything, get able.
You are your own government. You are your own government.
Exactly. So if that person is saying that, in a way, I understand that person. But if the person is living abroad and is still playing to that is where the problem is. But if the person is in Nigeria, they never know any other way to live their life. To be serious. Sometimes when I speak to people in Nigeria, I understand where they're coming from. And, sometimes some of them who are not that exposed, I get, no. Yeah.
Most of these people are exposed. The ones I'm talking about now, some of them have lived outside Nigeria, they moved back. So they know what is going on in the country. They cannot say they don't know. They just choose not to be bothered as long as it's good for them. They choose not to be bothered. And I'm like, we cannot continue like this.
I'm concerned. Those are the ones I'm concerned. But those living in Nigeria, because they don't know that it works like that, they don't know. Because from baby, right, you see that it's like when you get up, there's no light, they bring light, everybody shout up NEPA. You continue to shout up NEPA. You think they are doing you a favor. You understand?
I grew up shouting up NEPA. Hey, God forbid. I grew up shouting when the NEPA went, hey, up NEPA. Everybody is excited as though somebody just gave you candy in the store. We don't say no normal. Now it's so abnormal for you. Lights, when it be the most natural, basic thing to provide. Now make the politicians, when they go do one small borehole, they go do them. The thing of after they finish them, they're not even complete them. They go just dig one hole, put cement around them, come out. If you go there in the next week or two, the thing is dried up because they don't care. They don't do a good job. People will just surround them, take pictures. That's it. It's over. I don't know how we're going to continue like this, to be honest. I really don't know. I don't know how long this is going to continue for. Because to say, that we're going to just, people are just, my own is understanding this bill now. And I'm going to play, let me actually play the next video, actually, because there's somebody opposing the bill, and I want to understand why he is opposing that bill. Let's see.
Now, reforming Nigeria's tax system and raising taxes are supposed to be the cornerstone of President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, an attempt to achieve sustainable economic growth and development. He says tax reform is the bedrock of his vision for increasing public revenue, a move that would provide the resources the administration hopes would deliver on education, healthcare, infrastructure, and security. And to this effect, the president has sent 4 tax reform bills to the National Assembly. But one in particular, the proposed amendment to the distribution of revenue from VAT, has drawn fierce opposition from northern Nigeria, whose leaders, including politicians and traditional rulers, say the proposed reform is tilted against their region. They say that as a result of insecurity, the north is not economically viable, and that the proposed...
You can't see? Can anyone see my screen? Please, I need confirmation. Guy says he can't see my screen. Please, type a yes or no if you can see my screen.
I can see it.
You
It's
can
on.
see it.
Yeah.
So, Guy, maybe you need to come out and come back in. Okay, you see it. Okay, awesome. Great. Okay.
Proposed VAT allocation formula would disadvantage such an economically fragile region. The National Economic Council and state governors have urged President Tinubu to withdraw the bills for further consultation. Well, the president is adamant that the legislative process should continue.
If you only have a few $100s to invest right now, click this link right here because I want to show you a
Well, one of the lawmakers who supports the proposed tax reform bill is the NNPP chieftain and 4th-term member of the House of Representatives, Abdul Mumin Jibrin. He's a former chairman of the House Committee on Finance, Appropriations, Transport and Foreign Affairs, and is currently chairman of the House Committee on Housing and Habitat. And he joins me now in the studio. How nice to see you again.
It's such a pleasure coming back to the studio, Charles.
Well, absolutely, because, I mean, to be fair, you've been away for an exceedingly long time, and people have been wondering where you've been and what you've been up to.
Well, I don't know if I should be celebrating about it or I should be sad, because I get that question practically everywhere I go. But I keep saying I've been around. I've been in the House, doing my job, chairing the House Committee on Housing. Probably this is what I keep saying. There's a change of approach in how I conduct my business. Maybe I talk less now and try as much as I can to stay out of trouble.
So every time you talk, there's potential trouble, is there? But I mean, you mentioned the fact that you've been in the House doing the work that you were elected to do. What's your assessment of the performance of that House, briefly, before we start talking about taxes?
Well, for me, I believe that the House has done pretty well. We've always said that there is no generally agreed indices of measuring the success of the House, but as a matter of tradition, you look at the basic functions of the House, lawmaking, oversight, of course. And when you come down a bit to the administrative aspect, you look at the issue of stability of the House. And if you take that into context, you'll be able to see the House has done pretty well. And of course, the Speaker of the House of Representatives should be commended. He's done very well to hold the House as one, to manage the House properly. Bills have been passed, motions have been passed, voices have been heard. And I believe it will only get better.
It's always astonishing when you members of the House of the House or the National Assembly want to be commended or patted on the back for the job that you're actually elected to do, that you came out to do. I mean, the fact that, you know, the Speaker of the House is holding, I mean, that's his job, to hold it together. So that there shouldn't be any special commendation for that. Nevertheless, you have made some good points there, because it does appear to be a busy period for the National Assembly. As you said, lots of bills. You know, there's the budget. That's going through, and so on. And of course, the very controversial bill, tax reform bill, which is one of the reasons why you're here. How divisive has this issue been in the House of Representatives, this question of tax reform?
You've also already created an impression about the bill.
Well, I'm asking
you didn't
a question,
only say controversial, you said very controversial.
Well, it is controversial.
Of course, it's normal to be divided over issues, particularly in the National Assembly. We've come from different constituencies, different states, different regions. We've had a different kind of upbringing, outlook, understanding, experiences, and of course, knowledge of the issues at stake. So you might see a bit of sharp divide, but we have our own way of coming together, because we have our own internal system, how things are being done, our rules and everything will always guide the process.
But what are the main concerns and reservations that critics of these bills have?
Okay, as I was just saying, there's a bit of the sentiment of course, the northern part of the country is against the bill, but that's not the fact. The interesting thing is that we have people who are not comfortable with the bill in the northern part of the country, in the southern part of the country, all together. And we have people who are in support of the bill from both the northern part of the country
you're in support of
and the southern part of the country.
Right.
I, of course, am in support of the bill, with my own advice to those who disagree on how to go about it. But I think what should be in the heart of the conversation is facts. What I've always said to people in all the conversations that I've had, I've always been a pragmatic person and open in my conversation. And at my level, when you bring an issue to me, put the facts before me. Let this fact speak, because this is an open issue. If you say the bill is against the North, you put the facts. You don't just tell me, okay, it's against the North. How is it against the North? If it is pro the North,
right,
you will tell me how is it pro the North.
Right.
Now, I tell you this. I've read the bill. And I would advise you, anybody who comes here to discuss the bill, the first question you should ask him is that, have you read the bills?
Right.
What I have come to understand, to discover, is that, look, 99% of the people who hold strong opinion against the bill haven't even read the bill, because I've had conversation with people since
that includes lawmakers in the National Assembly.
Well, including lawmakers in the National Assembly, they probably haven't read
because quite a few of them.
Now, if you read the context, what is the controversial clause? I am actually happy that you said some clause are controversial. Now, the chunk of the bill, and that has always been my fear. They're beautiful. There's nothing wrong about tax reforms. And it takes a lot of courage for someone, particularly the present chairman of the Federal Internal Revenue, to be able to initiate that process and put it forward, because it's been overdue. But you see, the point that became controversial, it's the issue of derivation.
Yeah.
Now, you look
the
at
distribution
the
of
historical
VAT revenue,
pattern.
basically.
Let me tell you this. For years in the National Assembly, I was a former chairman finance. I've always been against the previous system where consumption is being done at destination and the proceed is being recorded at the headquarters, registered headquarters of the company that has a product or whatsoever. Now, that system, we were against it. And even a lot of Northerners were against that particular system because we felt it is unfair. Now you have a situation where a reform has come. Before that, River State went to court and they've gotten judgment. They went to High Court, Federal High Court got judgment, went to Appeal Court, got a judgment that VAT should be administered by state. Now, if the federal government decide to implement or they go to Supreme Court and they get judgment again, it is going to be catastrophic for a lot of states in Nigeria. So what the tax reform has done now is to base it on consumption. Now, having based it on consumption, what became controversial was that clause of saying 60% of what is raised based on consumption should be based on derivation. That means it's going to go back to where it is generated. Now, what I keep telling people is that it is negotiable because the issue has become very serious issue. And if you look at the history of this country, once you have that kind of issue at the national level, you must sit and discuss. You must sit and negotiate. You must sit and dialogue.
So it's not written in stone.
Yes, because the issue will never go away. Now, in my own understanding, because when I analyze the issue, I look at the entire ecosystem of the issue. I don't just look at just the provisions and the rest. You may have a situation where we decide to throw away the bill. Two things would have lost. One, all the good provisions in the bill would have lost it. Secondly, would have lost the advantage of negotiating now and bringing the matter to a permanent conclusion because the matter will not die. Now, if you throw it away and the states decide to go, particularly River State, to Supreme Court and they get their judgment, what will you do? The implication is that the present system will be retained. Just to give you figures, I don't want to go into details, but let me give you an example of the figure. This particular month, the collection based on the old system, Lagos State has 207 billion collected, and Lagos State is going home with about 42% of the total VAT amount collected. So if you have a Supreme Court judgment, which may likely be the case because it's all the basis for them to pass the judgment that it should be the state, it means that nothing will change in the present. Nothing will change. Nothing will change in the present system. So I believe that some of us that hold this opinion, we love the North more than even the people who are saying, because when you look at the argument, all we are trying to do is to open up the conversation space. Let's look at these things clearly.
I think
let's be able to discuss and find out.
I think that point has been made, but let's just be clear on, because I think you've made some very interesting points there, and some of it is for people to understand where things are now and what this reform bill is trying to do. So let me just clear the fact that VAT is derived from consumption, and 70% of consumption occurs outside the state that currently receives the highest proceeds from VAT, which you mentioned there, which is Lagos, followed by Rivers and then the FCT of Abuja. As you said, Lagos alone receives 42%. That was the last figure from last month's proceeds. That is followed by River State, which got 16%, and the FCT, which received 10%. And the reason is because, as you said, revenue-generating companies are headquartered in these states. MTN, for instance, which is the leading telecoms provider, contributes the highest VAT to Lagos, despite the fact that the services that MTN provides are used across Nigeria. So that clearly is unfair. Simply because it's headquartered in Lagos, Lagos collects the VAT, whereas everybody across Nigeria uses MTN. So why should Lagos be the one doing that? So what people want to know is how this new proposed reform is going to change that imbalance. That's really the knob of it, isn't it? That's the concern, that if you're talking about reform, that means you want to move away from that headquartered thing.
Yeah.
But the North is still saying that you're still, I mean, the bill is still suggesting that 60% will still go to the states from where the VAT is derived, which means that it will still place them at a disadvantage, because their argument is that they are economically not viable at the moment, not as a result of their fault, but because of insecurity.
Okay, that's fine. Now, when you look at the collections, that's why I said the conversation should be based on facts. When you look at the collections, it will interest you. And I've been having conversations with a lot of members, with a lot of stakeholders, and it amazes me because they actually thought the North is at the bottom of the
VAT
consumption.
thing.
Yeah.
When you realize bloating and discomfort don't have to be routine, everything changes. Try.
The North is not at the bottom. Cross River State is at the bottom. Cross River State is at the bottom of the collection, followed by Imo State. So the point that I'm trying to make is that we have states who are low in consumption in the southern part of the country, and we have in the northern part of the country.
Right.
So those states' provision have been made to also protect them. When you have the consumption system, what it does first is that it removes the controversy about the headquarters system. Because it's a controversial issue.
Yeah.
Now you solve it.
And let's face it, it's an unfair system.
naturally, some states will say, so now what is our fate? But don't forget, everybody was arguing few months ago, last year, previously, 5 years ago, that the headquarters system should be abolished.
Right.
Because they are losing resources. So now when you base it on consumption, the bill also recognized that. Then it created an equalization fund where a certain percentage will be put into the fund. So by the time you do the computation based on consumption and underline something, I have always said 60% is not sacrosanct. I will tell you that very clearly. My position has been that we can negotiate it.
Yeah.
When derivation came to the National Assembly, it came at 50%.
Right.
At the end of the day, what did we pass? 13%. Now, let me tell you something. If the National Assembly had then refused to pass the derivation law and threw it away, only God knows the crisis that would have erupted. Right. The argument, the debate, everything, just like even institutions that were established, the NDDC, the Northeast Development Commission, all these things were necessities, were conversations that emerged, and you cannot sweep it under the carpet. The VAT is one of such a...
right. Well, let me move this on, because the point you've made is that there needs to be further discussion, deeper discussion, which is one of the reasons why the National Economic Council said, remove the bill, let people calm down and let there be further consultation in order to educate them about what the bill is. Do you agree that it can be taken out and then returned at some point after consultation?
There is a process of how a state is governed. And there is a process on how the National Assembly it's run. We have different ways of operations. In the National Assembly, you bring in a bill, it goes through first reading, it goes through second reading, then it goes through public hearing.
Yeah.
Our consultation in the National Assembly is during the public hearing.
Right.
So
there's no need to
what the
withdraw
governors want
is exactly within the framework of the rules of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly. When it gets to the public hearing, the governors will come, their representatives will come and make their point known. Everybody, civil society, the states that believe they are not taking enough, everyone can come and make his point. And that is when the House will sit down, look at all the facts and the information it's gotten, and be able to prepare its report back to the House.
But how much pressure are members of the House of Reps, how much pressure have they been under from governors, for instance, and other political leaders who do not support these bills? Because we're hearing that some governors have warned that any House of Reps members from their states who supports the bill will not get a second term ticket. Is that a fact?
Correct. I have heard that a couple of governors have actually passed
essentially threatened
the message. No, I don't want to use the word threatened. The governor is a leader in a state, and it is normal if he feels in a particular way about an issue, he'll be able to communicate to his members. But some of us senior members of the House, we've also passed a message to some governors as well, that the way you go about it is not to just tell the members that don't pass the bill. You will help the members. You will help the National Assembly. You will help the country, and also giving a well-analyzed presentation that shows how the bill will impoverish the North. Not just making a generalized statement that this bill is against the North.
Which is more of an emotional reaction.
Let me tell you something very interesting. Now, even at the moment, the Northeast Development Commission is getting 3% of VAT. Now, if you throw away the bill and the case in court succeeds, everything goes away. Everything goes away.
But it's interesting.
So you see, that is why I said,
I understand
if you will make a case for this bill, or you make an opinion, you have to look at the entire
Okay, I want to get to a number of things quickly, because I mean, I don't want to just talk to you about, tax. I mean, you're such an interesting person. There are a lot of other angles. But I mean, before we go, I mean, it's interesting that even in your own party, the NNPP, I understand that your principal, Rabiu Kwankwaso, opposes that bill, but you support it. I mean, how do you square that?
I don't know if he has said something about the bill. I don't know if you.
Well, we've seen public pronouncements that suggest that he doesn't support the bill.
No, I have not read it. I have not read it.
Well, it's in
Seen
newspapers.
it. No, I'm being honest with you. I haven't. I haven't seen it. And you see, look, it is normal for a political party to take a position, for an individual to take a position, for a caucus in the National Assembly to take a position, for governors to take a position. But again, it is also important for the conversation to go on, and for us to be able to dissect it based on fact, to see the merits and the demerit. But
I think you're right. No question.
I will tell you this, and I kept saying these things. A lot of the provisions in these bills were things that even the National Assembly has been promoting for years. I would recall vividly, as chairman finance, the young man now chairing Federal Inland Revenue wasn't the person who started most of this single window collection of taxes and levies, a lot of reforms to expand the tax base without really hurting the people and the rest. Now look at some other very beautiful clauses. Do you know that food, education, health, even rent, food, education, the health, zero VAT? Nobody's talking. Why are people not talking about that? Even rent, you can have exemption in it.
Yeah, but obviously
then also understand everybody that is within the threshold of minimum wage is completely exempted. 97%, that's almost 100%
of medium, small and medium scale businesses are exempted.
Right.
So,
but they have to pay. They have to pay. They have to pay VAT and then
Charles,
reclaim it. I just need to clarify that.
You see, Charles.
So it's not like
Charles.
They have to justify the reclaim.
It's important I make this point. A lot of good initiatives were put in that, and you should ask yourself, how come for years we have not had people of courage to come up with such reforms? No any bill that has ever passed the National Assembly that has been 100%, without amendments, without discussions, without consultation.
We have to
in a very sane
move on
climate,
very quickly.
The young man in the Federal Inland Revenue would have earned an Oscar.
Your health is your biggest asset. Find Anthem Blue Cross plan starting at $0 a month. Apply in 5 to 10 minutes for a secure future at healthforcalifornia.com.
Right. We have to move on very quickly. Because we've literally got a minute or two left, because this tax thing has taken up a lot of the time. But let's look at your party, the NNPP. There's been a lot of division and, sort of toing and froing within the NNPP. What's going on there now, briefly?
No, well, there's nothing going on. It's normal. In every political party, you'll have crisis.
You guys keep saying normal. It's not normal for a party to be
normal to the extent
tearing itself apart.
Within a context, normal within a certain context. When I say normal, it actually means that the PDP are having their own crisis, the Labour Party having their own crisis.
That doesn't make your problems easier.
It's power tussle. And I can assure you that even in the APC, has its own problem. Even this bill has actually exposed the internal problem of the APC, because the question you should ask yourself is that we shouldn't be talking about this, because even in the National Assembly, the APC has majority. So why are you even having a problem? It tells you that even the APC has a problem. I was even just discussing it with one of the young men in forefront of trying to get the bill passed, Jimmy Benson. I was actually telling him that, look, this actually shows that the APC has internal crisis.
Yeah, but
because everybody has gone quiet.
Well,
if it is issue of board appointment, all of them will be at the
but they wouldn't describe it as an internal crisis. They'll simply, there's a difference of opinion on a particular subject. That's different from a party that is falling apart at the seams, that's breaking apart. Essentially, people attacking each other, going to court to say, remove these people, put these people. That's a completely different thing from people arguing about tax reforms.
But that's what I'm telling you, that every party has its own fair share of crisis going on, and in the case of NNPP, we will surmount it.
Well,
the point I've just tried to make to you is that
I'm just trying to get to things before we have to go.
Okay.
The reason I'm saying that is that there was a lot of hope placed on parties like the NNPP, the PDP, Labour Party. There was even talk of some sort of alliance going towards 2027. But that alliance looks like it's just not going to happen, is it? With all these divisions.
Well, even though the circumstances are different now, if I try to compare it with the build-up to the 2015 presidential election, I do not see the intensity. I do not see the unity of purpose. It's a possibility, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot of sacrifice. It takes a lot of putting aside ambition to unify within a particular purpose before ambition comes in place. I haven't seen a lot of that. But again, as a politician, there is so much time. A politician will tell you 24 hours. It's so much time. I actually believe there's so much the time.
Well, I hope you won't stay away and you'll come back and talk to us again. Because we've literally had to drag you kicking and screaming into the studio.
I will not shy away, particularly when there are big issues that I believe that if we look at it, if we sit down and discuss, if we negotiate, it is in the interest.
Well, don't shy away, because you're very articulate, and we always prefer it when someone who can actually put the points succinctly and clearly comes in to talk to us. So thank you for coming in. And Abdul Mumin.
Well, I don't know. Um, hmm, guy, you know, say this tax when they want to say, you know, say not to enrich people pocket. All this tax when you do, they go centralize them so that they can have free access anytime they want. They use technology in their favor. They want centralized tax now. They're thinking of gathering everything to one place, right? Okay. Election, Uko? No. Count the votes in the National Assembly? No. We don't even have numbers, nothing to go by. No. So sometimes I wonder how people in Nigeria will come up with their statistics because it doesn't make any sense. You can't explain any of it. You can't. So even though this is a great idea, right? But it's not with the right motive and with the wrong set of people. They're just going to be a bunch of people gathering and just taking money from Nigerians without any type of checks or balances in place. For me, I say no. I hear it as past second reading. Hey, in fact, this should be the biggest news. This should be what everybody's talking about everywhere. But no, Nigerians are bothered by irrelevant issues. They can't afford the basic things in life. They want to tax them on top of it. There are no structures in place, no jobs, nothing, no skill acquisition, nothing. Just take, squeeze from the Nigerian people. And this IMF that come up with these laws, they don't even consider the people in those countries. They don't care because it's about their interests. And they have dunces that run nations in Nigeria, in Africa for them, that will do whatever they will, whatever they want, because they have access to luxury that they've never seen in their lives. In the process, wreck generations. Well, I beg. Anybody wey get here may hear o. If una wan vote for am to, if una want Nigerians, if una wan make dem pass the bill while you guys look on, no problem. We go dey here. Na only talk we fit talk. We no do pass that one. My people, on that note, you say exactly. Under him, there's no hope. Shege Banza, there's no pride in exempting 90% of the population, grow the economy, exactly. Create jobs for more in order to finance education. Exactly. There are no structures in place. People are suffering. They can't afford the basic things. There's nothing. You want to tax from what? You want to God. Hey, disconnect you from reality. Wow. Too much time spent at the national. It's a new pocket change for them. I'm telling you. They should not allow that bill fly. They should push against it with all their might. Wrong people won't do good. I'm telling you. They won't. Master looter, international master looter. I'm telling you. They don't care. They don't care. It's even good for them. They like it. That's the kind of narrative they want. They want so that when they want to spin the narrative about Nigeria or Africa, they'll say, oh, they're incapable of ruling themselves. They're incapable of doing this. They're incapable. They will not be throwing all kinds of rhetoric. When we have brilliant people that can actually turn the system around, no, they will frustrate them from the outside. From the outside in, infiltrating, putting their assets. Anyway, we will leave that talk for another day. Una do well, though. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining me. Aluta continua, we must not give up. We carry go. Ahead. All right, then, guys. Thank you. Guy Owalele, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate. Mr. Obriboise, thank you for joining me on the panel. Kennesi, Dr. Chike. Dr. Chike, you don't tell. But thank you for stopping by. It was good to see you. Amaka, thank you very much. I appreciate you all for stopping by. I'll see you guys on my next one. Now, good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Later. Bye.